with the, excuse me, with the meeting. Ms. Urban, please.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. We're here tonight to go over the preliminary 2024 budget, and tonight's focus will be the general fund. So I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Lowry.
Good evening, council. So we're actually going to start this off with a carryover discussion that we started at our last budget session. So we were talking about Grace Avenue with the right-of-way purchase between TIF versus city funds. And so we have the funding sources on the slide deck in front of you. The federal earmark, we have 2 million. From TIB, we have 3 million. And then from another federal source, 2.3 million. Then we also have concurrency mitigation of 1.4 million. And the costs we have at 1.8 for right-of-way and construction, 6 to 7 million. So between those funding sources, we actually have enough funding to not use any city funds. And so our thought is to continue the process to get WashDOT to approve the plans, do the pre-purchase of the right-of-way as we presented previously, and then look to get reimbursed from the feds once that's approved by them.
So that was 2 weeks ago, and the pre-purchase we agreed to was what?
I believe in the budget, we have it at 1.4 million.
So what's the authorization to get someone to start out there looking at these properties?
I believe that they already are. We're talking about the right-of-ways for Grace.
If I believe correctly, we still need the approval from WashDOT to move into right-of-way phase, and then we can start that.
Yeah, so there's kind of I'll say, I guess, a two-step process typically. So you have to get your right-of-way plan approved. That gives you the permission to go start doing like the appraisals and making the offers, that sort of thing. The kind of second issue, and typically you have it done before you start right away, is the NEPA approval. That's where that will happen later, and we'll get reimbursed after NEPA's approved, essentially.
Where are we with WashDOT?
We have not submitted the right-of-way plan yet. We have to get to about 60% plans, and that's expected probably in a couple of months. And then we'll be able to submit our right-of-way plans to them.
Okay.
And the reason for WashDOT is because that's where the funding goes through from the federal.
Correct.
Have we pushed out to CFM and them and said, well, never mind. Ain't gonna matter.
I have talked with all of the staffers from our legislators regarding this issue with NEPA and the timing. So we've definitely talked with them and got it on their radar screen because they were unaware of the timelines as well. So that discussion has started.
I know that was an issue when we were back there. Is, getting awarded money and then taking 2-3 years. And I mean, we got awarded it, last year, September. And, the costs of everything have gone up. So this seems to be something that we're not necessarily us, but we get held up by the state. And then we can't finish the project because we don't have the funding no longer that was there to begin with.
So is WashDOT considered our banker on this then?
Correct. They're the pass-through. Typically, the highway and construction grant, which is what most of these funding sources are from the feds, they don't send direct to local jurisdictions like us. They always do a pass-through through a state agency in order to make sure that appropriate federal laws are followed. So if you've ever, on our side, when we deal direct with the feds, they're very hands-off when it comes to anything to do with federal requirements. And then you can get audited and then you end up with a big issue because you didn't follow X, Y, and Z. And then you have to pay the money back. Going through the state agencies is a control for the feds to make sure you're following all of their rules because the state has those processes in place that the local jurisdictions typically don't. So that's why they do that and pass them through the state versus direct to the locals.
What's the state's cut?
They don't take anything for that particular piece of it. So if they review something like NEPA or right-of-way plans or during construction. They just charge their staff time. But for the actual like administrative costs, they don't take anything from the grant.
So when we send this, when we get this 60%, we send it in. And that with Landmark Church, that took just a shade under a decade, right? 5 years. Do we see that that's going to be an issue?
No, I don't believe so for this particular project.
And then they'll bill us for approving that.
Correct, but again, it'll just be their staff time, so it's a few hours or whatever it takes for them to review.
I think for those watching on YouTube, they should understand that we started talking about Grace in 2013. 10 years ago, speaking of decades. And it is a full decade, not just shy of a decade. And here we are 10 years later. It will be 2024, maybe, probably 2025. In 10, 11, 12 years, we can't widen a road, which is a sad commentary, not on us necessarily, some on us, it's some of it's us, but it's WSDOT, it's Uncle Sam, it's the is the Corps of Engineers involved in this?
No, this one's Fish and Wildlife.
Fish and Wildlife, forgive me, in the middle of a city where there may be a few raccoons, some stray dogs, and some cats. And we've got to mess with Fish and Wildlife while they figure out, can they say no to this?
Yeah, I mean, they can, what's in is called a biological assessment, and they can say that it's not adequate and
And then
Make us start over, essentially.
another 3 or 6 months or years or whatever.
Yeah.
While we just, God almighty. It's the saddest thing ever. And I understand that some folks in the city think we're 7 dimwits. But honest to God, this is the most irritating thing ever in dealing with street improvements or anything that's from the state of Washington or from Uncle Sam. It shouldn't take. How long is the road improvement? What's the length of the improvement?
about half mile.
13 years, half mile. God. Okay, let's continue on then and just let's see when we get a street built. It doesn't bode well for 20th. I will say that. God knows what's going to come our way from the Corps of Engineers. The people who are concerned about the Columbia River are concerned about how big is the 20th sidewalk? How long is it?
I believe 1,500 feet, if I remember correctly.
1,500 feet.
Yeah.
So 2 football fields.
Yeah.
Roughly.
2, 3, yeah.
Yeah, 2 football fields. And again, another thing that between us, Uncle Sam, and whomever else, we've been unable to accomplish. It just sucks.
If we use reserves can we use reserves and purchase property now? And can we reimburse?
And that was what this was showing, so that if we decided to use reserves and not use the WSDOT money or the federal money, we could absolutely do that, but then you'd leave that money on the table because there's not enough expenses to meet the amount of money we have. So the funds coming from the city for this project, there isn't any.
But do we think that we're gonna need to use reserves anyways?
That's not what we show at this time, but again, like you mentioned, if it takes 3 years to get the federal approval, obviously the prices are going to go up.
Because I just think that like on some of this stuff, there's certain pieces of property down there that I think are going to take longer to purchase than others because of what's going on. And, that could hold us up for a year or better we're not selling to you. And, then we get in an eminent domain and we, those type of things. That's kind of a concern too, so. Okay.
One thought that we could do, Mark, tell me if I'm wrong, is that could we start discussions with them before the first of the year, before you're at 60%? So then at January 1st, you're ready to go when the money is authorized.
I don't have the list in front of me, but there are a list of right of way activities that you can do during the PE phase. And we're obviously in PE phase, so any of that we can do. Like I said, I don't have the list, so I'm not sure what it is. Appraisal, I believe you can do before. So that might get us started, but I can confirm that. I think something like that.
There
yeah.
are buildings down there that they're doing improvements to.
Mhm.
And so by them improving their current situation only adds to the tally. And I mean, we were able to make a deal with Jeremy to rent back. Maybe we can buy this stuff and rent back to these people to try to at least slow down their adding siding, windows, insulation, new roof, paint. And so we're just not doing ourselves a favor, in my estimation. It's September 18th. And again, here we are 10 years later, just spinning our wheels. Okey doke. You'll look that up for us and maybe have a later kind of.
Yeah, I should have it actually in a couple of minutes.
Oh, thank
Have
you.
we reached out to the paint store lately?
I haven't talked to them personally in a while.
Cause they've sold.
Yeah, new
And
owners.
that's now owned by Rada Paint. So, and I would assume that was disclosed, but it may not have been disclosed when Rada bought the paint store. So it might be beneficial to us to reach out to some of the property owners down there and say, hey, we're within 6 months probably of getting this approved, and we will be getting appraisals, that type of thing. Cause they may not even know, and that could be a different fight. So.
Well, he's looking that up.
Any other follow-ups?
Yes.
Oh, let's
We
roll.
have a big one now. Now
Let's-
it's the street preservation option. So there were two options that council requested. Increasing our street preservation, the contracted work from 1.3 million to 1.75 million or 2 million. The 1.75 million would increase the transfer from the general fund by 450,000. Approximately 272,000 would be from the general
Are
fund.
you reading it? Can you flip that if you're reading it? Or are you just reading it to us? We're still seeing Grace Avenue on ours.
Yep, it's at the bottom.
Bottom right here, street preservation.
Oh, I just took that as being Grace Avenue. I just
Sorry.
took that all
Kept it on
along.
the same slide.
That's okay. Way to save space.
And then for the 2 million, it'd be an increased transferred 700,000 from the general fund, approximately 522,000 from the general fund reserve. And going through the options of what work would be done. So there's area 1, which would be micro surfacing, chip seal and ADA ramps, approximately 646,000. That would be the yellow dots and then the purple dashes. And then we have area 2, which would be a slurry seal, a cape seal, and ADA ramps, which again would be the green as well as the little red dots. So North Battleground.
Mark, the ADA ramps are required since we're slurry sealing.
Yeah, so the requirement is anything greater than a slurry seal requires you to do the ADA ramps that you touch. So if you essentially touch one, you do all 4 corners. So
Okay.
what you can see on the map is, where we're slurry seal, we're not doing it, but we're anywhere you have the cape seal that you have to do it.
Okay.
And then there's area 3 that actually there's 2 separate costs, and that's when we get to the last section of why it's split into 2. That's again, cape seal, micro servicing, ramps, and then a mill and fill and ADA ramps, and this would be in West Battleground. And then we have area 4, which is just a slurry seal. And then area 5, this would be if we got the TID grant, and it would be a mill and fill and ADA ramps across Eaton. So then looking at those, if we did 1.3 million, it would be areas 1 and 2. 1.7 million would be 1, 2, and then 3.1. And then 1.85 million would be 1, 2, all of 3, as well as 4. 1.9 million would be area 1, 2, 3.1, 3.2, and 4. I believe, actually, I apologize. The 1.85 million doesn't include through the 3.2. And then the 2 million area would be all the areas if the TIB was awarded.
So
So-
Mark, that comes to you then. If we play like we did last year, that would be January, February. If we said we were going to spend 2 mil, that would be, how much of that's hooking up with the county in Vancouver and how much of that would be on our own roughly? I'm not asking you to,
Most of it at this
Edge it.
point will probably be on our own. Each year what we do is we check with the county in Vancouver if they're opening up their contracts. Once they're open, we can jump in with them and, obviously get a little bit of benefit because the quantity will be larger, but I'm not sure where they're at. We got to be getting close to them opening up. So it's definitely possible we could be with them, but the safe is it would be on our own at this point, but we always check in with them just to see where they're at.
So if we were to do what one of these 5, or maybe you could do 5. Where do you, the 5th one, where do you think we are as far as getting it done? If we authorize 2 million, can we get 2 million done next year?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's quite honestly pretty close to the program we did this year we had, I think 1.1, 1.2, something like that. And then we had about 500 from TIB. So we were actually closer to 1.6, 1.7 that we did this year. So, this is not that much higher. All the projects are grouped in kind of types. And so, yeah, it would be pretty straightforward to get this done at any of those areas that you wanted to do.
Can you go back to the, yeah, so this would be number 5.
Yeah, so that's if we get the TIB grant. The costs listed there are just our match. The grant I applied for was about 575, something like that. So this would be our matching portion.
So if we don't get the match, it would knock that down to 1.9.
Correct, some give or take.
and that's just a connection between what was done this year and Grace?
So that's from Grace over to 157.
Oh, going the other way.
Yeah, so
I thought we were
a couple
coming back
years
to the
ago, we
west.
did like sort of the middle piece. We
Oh,
did the
okay.
west piece this year and
We're
this is
going to
the
the
other
east on
direction.
this side.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
So we already have that in the works.
I've applied for the grant. We'll find out in their meetings, usually November, December. So we'll find out at their official meeting.
If we don't get it, are we still gonna look for, not saying that we won't, hopefully we will. But will we still pursue something on the area? It's pretty,
That's the only preservation grant I'm aware of. We're actually pretty lucky because the city valuation to be eligible for the grant is under 3 billion. We were below it when we got the Parkway grant, then we went above it. We've been above it for a while and then they changed it to 3 billion. So we came back under it. That's when we got the East Main grants for this year. We were still eligible this year, so I applied again and we're getting right up to that 3 billion. So unless TIB changes it, we'll be out of that where we won't be eligible anymore.
so mill and fill, sorry, is that where you cut it down and then?
Yeah, it's where you take the top 2 inches off, you fix any underlying issues and then put the 2 inches back.
That's what I was thinking.
And that's what we've done all across Main Street, all across Eaton.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir, please.
Is this the worst arterial that we have? As far as in the city? As far as priority wise?
So for a mill and fill, you don't do the worst, you do the worst that can be fixed by
Before
that
you have
treatment.
to, right.
Yeah, and so
So for preservation wise,
yeah, this was the one I felt, so TIB has a list of criteria that they use to score it. This is the one that I thought checked off the most, as sort of the worst condition that could still be fixed. It had the right amount of traffic. It sort of checked all the boxes, in my opinion.
that makes sense then. And as far as for me, the options, I would rather see the 500,000 for the planning for the op center go towards roads. And I think one of our priorities should be some on preservation and maintenance of our current infrastructure before we start building new stuff.
You're all in on this one?
Yep, 2 million. I'm good.
I am too.
I am as well.
Are you looking for, yes, you are? Well, we'll just, Ms. Davis, any questions?
No questions. I'm going for the granddaddy, huh? I don't know.
It ain't gonna get any better, to use my hillbilly vernacular.
The bill is growing.
And the bill is growing. So let's just start to my left and we'll come down the line and figure where we are. Mr. Dingman,
I support the 2 million.
2 million. Mr. McCoy,
Same.
2 million. Mr. Bowman,
Yes, same.
Mr. Rogers. Ms. Davis.
I was not prepared to go to the 2 million. I know we talked a little bit about the 1.7. And did not think I was gonna go to that 2.
Well, where do you wish to go now?
I'm not ready to say. If I did, I was,
Well,
study
well,
session was not what I thought that I was gonna.
may I take that then as a no on the 2 million?
I guess you're gonna have to, because I'm not 100% sure of the 2.
Okie dokie. I'm with it. So it's 5-1.
I'll go
So
ahead and add that into the budget.
if you would, and then have a pretty serious plan, even though that I understand this, of when it's all going out, and if they open up, let us know, that kind of thing, so that we can continue to march forward and make sure that things roll. Anything else from 2 weeks ago?
Kind of.
Keep rolling.
Okay. So we're gonna talk about the FTEs, because this is also something that we need to discuss before we move farther with the budget as far as what we're requesting citywide. So our first item we have on here, which you have not seen the first 2, is a building official. So this would take, currently, we contract with Fire District 3 for Chris Drone, and he serves as our contract building official as well as fire marshal. We currently pay the fire district 95,000 for his contract. There is a need for a full-time position to have somebody in-house to be the building official. The second one that we have.
Let's
which
talk
will-
one at a
You
time.
want to talk one at a time?
Let's not confuse.
Sounds good.
He will still be a fire marshal, except he will be in the full-time employment of the fire district.
Correct.
Is he leaving us? Yay or nay? Are they taking him back this year?
So we've been talking about that just workload wise from both the fire side and the building side, and it's getting really tight. They'd like to continue expanding their programs, which means more educational outreach to the community, which helps our insurance source. So with that, it would be helpful for them to have him full-time. We also have some crunches on our side. We could utilize a full-time building official that could also do the plans examination and allow us to take one of our plans examiner and put them out in the field as an inspector when needed. So when we get some of these larger apartment complexes that come up, we've got a second inspector. So I think it's a win-win for both. Chris will still be the fire marshal. He'll still do our fire reviews and so forth, because we have pass-through fees for those. So he'll still be integrated into the city and doing that portion of the reviews. So
And when we call someone a building official, what is that?
So the building official is the one that makes all the big calls in case of emergency. If something were to go wrong, they would deem buildings unsafe for entry. If there's issues on construction, they're the ones that make those final calls on, whether structurally sound or needs additional supports and so forth. So they're kind of the official decision maker on the building side of things.
And 2 weeks ago, when we talked about this person, we had said if we make a decision this evening, that you would take that as gospel and start looking for this individual. Is that correct?
Yes, so we, I've actually added this on to the October 2nd meeting as well, just depending on how tonight went out, because we had originally talked about making these types of decisions in the meeting, but yes, if we have approval for the FTEs in the 24 budget, we can then start the recruitment process so that we don't have to wait till January 1.
Doesn't he's only the fire marshal for the city of Battle Ground. He's not the fire marshal for Fire District 3 because Fire District 3 falls under the county's fire marshal for everything that's in the county, if I remember right. So
Yeah,
if
I'm not
that's
100% sure on that. I don't believe that's the case anymore, but I would.
pretty
have to
sure,
double check.
last time I talked to him, it was that he was only the fire marshal for the city of Battle Ground because we're our own jurisdiction. He is not the fire marshal. He is not county's fire marshal.
Right.
The county has their own. And so everything that's in the county, even though it's in Fire District 3, is covered by the county fire marshal, not by Mr. Drone, unless it's changed recently.
Yeah.
And so the question I have is, if he is our fire marshal, and so is Dawson helps him, will we then be getting billed for fire marshal services from the fire district because he will only be providing fire marshal services for us?
So if I remember correctly, built into our annexation agreement is that the district would continue to provide fire marshal services. We do have plan review fees and so forth that are a pass through to pay for that time. Those would continue to be a pass through for that, but I don't believe we would pay anything on top of that.
Will you make a note?
I will, but I will verify.
And look
that.
at the agreement.
Because the agreement could mean, to me, the agreement at the time was we were paying for half their employee. So they would continue to do fire marshal services.
Yeah.
When we take away our $95,000 and they have to cover the other 95,000,
We'll get a bill for 90.
yeah, does that agreement still stand? That's my only concern is that, and will it? I think they've done a good job with their fire marshal services. I would hate to see us go the opposite direction of what they've been doing.
So it says on their website, he's the division chief fire marshal for the district.
He's fire marshal for Battle Ground.
It says on District 3's website.
I know, but District 3 is the district is different than the county. So he can be a fire marshal for District 3 in the city because we've hired him as our fire marshal. And he is employed by District 3. But from the county has their own fire marshal services. So they have, which half of District 3 is in the county. And so they provide their own fire marshal services in the county, is what I was told at one time.
I know they have made some changes there. I'd have to verify, but so I'm not 100% sure if that is the case, but we'll look
He
into
may
that.
be at the meeting tonight.
Might be.
We can just ask him.
Okay.
If he rolls in, we'll, hey, dude. So any other questions on this?
I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Ms. Erdman, would you say again, I was under the impression that you also said that this position could take over, was it permits or what was it earlier that we could move it is this the position where you were saying they could move to a different, or is this strictly just the contract employee for this position?
This position we're currently sharing with Fire District 3. So we basically have a half-time building official. So by adding this, it would give us a full-time building official,
Mhm.
which would then help alleviate some of the other staff in the department to be able to maybe do some more building inspection, for example, because the building official in the past they have the capacity to do the plans examination. So that takes some of the workload off our current plans examiner / building inspector and would allow them to be out in the field should we get increased permitting and need that additional support.
Thank you.
Okay, I got that too. Anything else about the building official? Shall we wait and ask Mr. Drone if he comes through, or shall we just ask now if there's interest in hiring this individual?
I'd rather know exactly what we're gonna get from the district, because if it's not included, this $180,000 building official just became a $280,000 building official. So I would rather know before we approve it.
100 grand is quite a number there. Let's wait and
So,
see.
according to our annexation agreement,
Okay, good. You've got it.
Fire Marshal Services, the district shall continue to have the sole financial responsibility and obligation to provide fire marshal services in the city. These services shall include but not limited to, and it goes through education, development, plan review and approval, new construction, fire inspections, special fire code reviews and inspections, review of fire inspection, testing, maintenance reports, fire code development and maintenance, enforcement of fire code and violations, fire investigation and supervision of existing occupancy inspections.
No sunset provision
Nope,
in
and then
there.
it says the city and the district may enter into an interlocal for a joint fire marshal / building official position. And this agreement shall not alter the district's ongoing responsibility to ensure fire marshal services are provided. In the event such interlocal agreement is entered into and later terminated, the district shall remain solely responsible for providing any and all fire marshal services within the city.
We'll assume they honor their contracts. So I believe that answers your question.
To an extent.
Well,
I'm not sure about. the
Because if
carrying.
they went into it knowing that we were already paying for half of it. And they said, we'll continue to do it.
but that was 3 or 4 years ago. And here we are, things change. And so
And truthfully, this was kind of always the plan. We knew going into this that, you know, we could do this with one body for a while. And that the agreement was that we would continue to monitor workloads from the district side and the city side, knowing that we would probably branch out and not have this joint position at some point. So,
yeah, they need their dude back.
But from a fire marshal standpoint. The difference is. If the district has to pay for everything for it, are we gonna get the fire marshal services that we've been getting? Because we've been paying for it, so they've been very proactive in the city. As fire marshals.
Well,
If
but-
we're not paying for it anymore, they're not. All it says is they'll pay for their own fire marshal services. It doesn't mean we get anything from it.
But with all due respect, though, if they're gonna refuse to do what the contract says, then we have an issue.
Yeah, but that's like asking a police officer to write a ticket.
Well,
Because what does the contract say they have to do as a fire marshal?
She listed out like 7 bullet points.
the bullets that I just listed, there's also the collection of fire fees, which are established by the city of Battleground fee schedule. The city will assess, invoice and collect any pass-through fees on behalf of the district. So they would still be getting those fees that they're now taking full responsibility for the review of. So, you know, they're not technically losing, they're still getting the pass-through fees from the developers for the reviews.
I mean, you guys can do what you want. I'd rather ask them before we pass anything. And find out for sure. Before we say, yeah, let's go forward with it.
Well, we are.
Yeah, but we're giving direction for them to include it in the budget,
Mhm.
so.
Well, we'll just ask and see where we go. Mr. Dingman, how about you, sir?
Yeah, I'm with Mr. Bowman.
Okay,
Hold on.
Mr. McCoy, sir.
I think the contract's pretty clear.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers.
I would like to hear more from the fire district, just to make sure.
Okay, Mr. Cortez, sir.
I'm good, Mrs. Chance.
Okay, and Ms. Davis.
I would like some more clarification, please.
We'll wait for him to come in then, because that's 4. Moving on.
And if he doesn't come tonight, I'll have it at our next meeting. So the next FTE request is for a Parks Recreation Specialist to expand our current recreation options in the city. There's a need for an FTE to run these programs. There's an expected revenue from additional programs of about 25,000, and then with additional supplies of 12,000.
Any questions about that? Well, ask away.
So this
Pull your
is an
microphone down.
This is an additional full-time position, or do we currently not have anybody full-time?
Currently, we do not have anybody full-time that handles strictly the recreation programs. They've been created by Ms. Cedarholm, and her staff has run them and they've done a great job, but if there's a desire to expand the programs we're offering, which I have a list of the additional items that she came up with just as an idea of what these things could look like, then we would need an additional person to do these things.
So not taking somebody that's part-time and just making them full-time, it's a whole nother person in addition to the part-times.
Correct.
Okay, are you gonna share with us what she came up with?
Yes. Kim, look, yeah, Kim, can you share?
So these are just some ideas that I have come up with, and obviously, when you're in recreation, you share ideas with other departments, with other Parks and Rec departments. So we could do I'm just gonna ramble these off. We can do an Earth Day, Craft Day, we can do a kickball league, pickleball drop-in play, a self-defense class for middle school, high school girls. And most of these I have done in my career, my past jobs. We can do a parents' night out, cornhole leagues, father-daughter dances, a fun run, mini biathlon, doggy dash, which is a run, cooking classes, senior prom for 65 plus, movies in the park, trivia in the park, senior fitness classes, indoor play parks, babysitting classes through the Red Cross. I mean, this is just a list that I've created that I know would more than likely be successful here because I've done a lot of these in the past. You can't hold me to these because things could change and we might want to go in a different direction, but that's kind of the plans.
So assuming that all those go through, I mean, just assuming that we act on all, or that you act, or this person acts on all those, will they sustain themselves through fees, or is that going to require additional revenue on top of the employee?
Yes.
I think it's probably pretty safe to say that, we will take in some fees. It's not going to be cost neutral. Parks and Rec typically isn't. It's more about what services we want to be able to provide to the community. So there will be some revenue, but I don't think it will cover this position entirely.
So it'll need another, I would assume then it'll need another line item on an annual basis once these programs, or once these things get up and running, whatever it's decided, right?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I think for this year, just estimating if this position were approved, we'd add another 12,000 into the supplies budget so that we could kind of start getting these programs off the ground. So depending on what those are and, how big they start to grow, then that could expand the cost.
I see.
So a lot of times these things can cost quite a bit. I know I've looked for like my nephew to do some of the classes and a little surprised. I know they were our programs, but are we going to be affordable so people can participate?
Yeah, I mean, that's usually when you go in the recreation class, if you choose a class in recreation versus like a club league or something like that, we try to keep the cost low. That's part of the recreation offerings.
And then are there grants that we can apply for to get additional funding to help cover some of the programs? I know we get the summer grant. I was
Yeah.
just wondering if there's other grants out there that we could apply for.
I don't know of any, but I don't search for them, to be honest.
Thank you.
Our only outreach to the folks that live in this city is a water bill. That's our only outreach. That's the only thing they pretty much hear from us on a monthly basis. They, of course, can go to our Facebook page or to our social media pages and see what we're doing. But in a previous life, I've lived in 8 different cities, all full first-class cities that offer something for everyone, be it a 7-year-old or be it a 70-year-old. Here, first city I've ever lived in that does not offer that. Doesn't offer any of that. At 110, we'll call it 100 and a quarter when you throw in the supplies for the first year, to have those kinds of things to get people into our facilities, I believe would be a bargain. Because we have now, we don't offer anything. There's no softball league for adults. There's no volleyball. There's pickleball, whatever ball. And so to pass off for $10,000 a month, yes, it's kind of expensive, but we're using Battleground University to build goodwill with 23 people now. Why not spend 10 grand a month and try to build goodwill with a great deal more people. Where we have nothing other than just our water bill. That's our only outreach. And so I find this person to be useful and to be valuable. And so I don't know what the rest of you think. I know there are those who think parks and recreation cost. We are not going to make money on anything we do with them. The upkeep of the parks is expensive. The upkeep of the buildings are expensive. That's just the breaks of the game. That's just the breaks. And so let's not overlook, or let's not cut our nose off in spite of our face over $110,000 Let's at least make an effort to make an outreach to the folks. Yes, ma'am. I see you again.
Sorry.
And then yes, sir, come your way. Please, go ahead.
I was just gonna comment that people are currently leaving the city to do these things, and then, they stop to get dinner, they're spending their money outside the city. I always appreciate keeping things local to keep that tax revenue coming in. I do see the benefit to this, and I appreciate that you came up with all those ideas, and I look forward to participating in some of the activities. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Mr. McCoy, sir.
I know that locally, community ed does a lot of this for youth. Correct?
They do offer programs and they're quality programs, but none of this stuff on my list.
Understand,
Yeah.
but like pickleball or volleyball or softball would be essentially an adult version of that. Have we ever looked at partnering? Because we would have to use Battleground Public Schools, I'm guessing, for those type of events, because we don't have the facilities to have a pickleball tournament or a softball tournament with city facilities. Have we looked at partnering with them, potentially having, for lack of a better word, adult community ed? And utilizing some of their human resources instead of having a full-time position here.
So no, I have not. I mean, I am in contact with their coordinator from time to time, but I can't do this without an extra person.
Well, that.
'Cause I'm
community-
maxed out.
I'm saying community ed would potentially be that. That extra person or that extra help, and they have all the systems already in place. We're looking at potentially. I get the one-off activities, like the summer activities where you go and do a program, but if we're gonna do like reoccurring. Softball league or pickleball league or whatever it is, it seems to me community ed already has that infrastructure they know how to do it, they have the refs. That seems like a partnership worth pursuing, in my opinion. If we're gonna go down this road.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was thinking the same thing as Mr. McCoy, because community ed does, I knew that, I know they do all the basketballs and different things like that, but I knew they were doing martial arts over at the old Louisville campus for a while, and had a martial arts instructor that was teaching there for discounted rates. And I think that the only facilities we have are Kiwanis and the community center. And, is this something that we could partner? I don't have a problem expanding the program, but is this something that we can partner with them to expand the program? Because if we're competing with them, we'll find that, we both lose. And so I think it would be a great idea to reach out to the school district and kind of partner with the community ed program to see what they're already offering, how we can join with them to
Is there gym space?
make it better, use their gym space.
Is there gym space?
Well, there is, the Louisville campus, unless they're using it for CAM, they use that quite a bit for that, but that's the biggest challenge with all of this stuff. The seniors are a little bit different, but we can use a senior center and stuff like that for doing aerobics or different things like that, but it may already be out there right now. And so we're just creating competition in the city. So I would like us to see what they're doing before I would agree to this.
And I think, oh, go ahead.
Can
Kim.
can I share though? I don't have off the top of my head what they're offering, but none of these programs would compete with them. I mean, I'm on their website monthly and we're chatting. So, I mean, you are right. They offer a really good youth basketball skill building program, a league, volleyball. They do open gym for volleyball for adults. They do martial arts, but none of my ideas on here would compete with them.
But can we do those ideas without using them? Do we need the space? I mean, we don't have a pickleball court right now.
But we will.
And I think that's what, looking at the ideas, when we look at this list that Kim's put together, I don't think that it's a bad thing. We've kind of bridged that subject with with Mr. Waters as well as, kind of doing some partnerships in those regard. But what Kim has identified, I think this person could partner and maybe help boost their programs and we could be included in that. But these are kind of things that are focused around our facilities and our need that would meet just the community. So they're not really, I don't think they would be in competition. And what she's got listed here, I think we could do within our existing parks and facilities. And that was kind of the whole intent behind this list. We don't have a pickleball court yet, but if that does get approved, then that would be a programming thing that we could add. If not, then we look at, other things such as kickball or cornhole leagues or something like that, that's not in competition, but bringing people into our facilities and our parks is kind of more of the goal behind it.
And I'd also like to add, thank you, Erin, that the community ed isn't in the business of doing like movies in the park or trivia in the park. They just have never ran those types of programs. But you were right, this would happen in our parks and in the community center.
I guess from my vantage point, I mean, anytime you can do something to increase the quality of life in your community, it's not a bad thing, right? However, that being said, I'm also torn on this because I was here when we did have our parks director. And I think the results that were demonstrated were marginal at best. And one of the common themes that I remember that the parks director always used to complain about was not having enough resources, right? And so I guess I can see this kind of morphing into that same similar situation where we hire this individual and they identify these particular programs and the budget starts to grow exponentially to roll these things out. Now, if the community supports it, I mean, you can make an argument that, that they want it, and so we should keep it. But to Deputy Mayor's point that she made as far as making this affordable, there is really no making it affordable because somebody's going to pay the bill. So it's either the taxpayers or it's the individuals, and it's most likely not going to be the individuals. So how much do we want to be able to constantly increase this year over year? So I am kind of torn, not sold one way or the other, so.
Well, we're going to ask in a moment where you are. So anyone else? Yes,
Yeah, I
ma'am.
just had a comment that what you were referencing was also during the recession. So I think that might have played a role in the lack of funding for parks and recs back then, since we had to subsidize it so much. I mean, I know that we've made improvements since then, right?
No, she came on before the recession.
But I mean, she was here during that time that we were.
It was just the council, multiple council bodies, I mean, she wanted more and more resources and council just wasn't willing to provide those, so. That's, I'm not saying that's one way or the other a good or a bad thing, I'm just saying that was a reality. And so moving forward with this individual that gets hired, it's gonna require council to give them a level of support if that's something that the community is asking for.
Can I just add one more thing as well? So I don't have it at my fingertips, but the Parks Master Plan did show that the community was wanting a lot of these programs. And I don't know how to say this tactfully, but my days here are numbered. Like, I'm going to retire someday and I would love to go out with these programs set in place for Battleground. It would mean a lot to me, but I know that the community wants these and I can make this happen.
And I appreciate that. I'm sure the community does want it, but the community also wants a pool,
Yeah.
but doesn't want to pay for it. So. That's.
Ms. Davis.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm wondering if this is a situation, to think about a part-time employee to start and to see if we have the attention and the city engaging enough that it would be worth it, that could we build up to this instead of jumping right in, not knowing. I mean, I know we had the Parks and Rec survey and they said yes. But I'm almost, and I'm not saying that it's not something I want to see, but I almost want to dip my toes and say, is there a possibility for a part-time employee to work alongside you? And as we see it grow, come back and then say, this is really hitting it off. I don't know if that's even an option, but for me, I'd like to almost see how we get this going and building on it versus jumping right in on a position that we're not 100% sure what we're going to get back. So that's just a thought process of, had a part-time employee start this.
Yeah, and I think, when Kim and I first started talking about this, that was one question that I had as well. And Kim made some good points is, there's going to be a lot of work in this first year of getting the programming started and putting the efforts into deciding what makes the most sense, how to make that happen. And then the time alone that it will take this person to attend those events, that's going to be pretty much a full-time or a part-time position. So, to do the programming and the attendance to manage those, I think part-time would be a little difficult. Now, obviously, we wouldn't bite all these off at the same time. I mean, I think we could make that work, but I don't think you would see a whole lot of increased programming with a half-time person. But that was just kind of, a thought process behind that. So,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I had one more comment or question.
Yes,
So we currently have programs through another organization at our community center, right? We do like the gymnastics and some other, I don't know, Legos, I can't remember. But are those very well attended? So we do have people that are engaging in those activities?
Yes, so we have contracted services set up with Skyhawks, Kate's yoga class on Tuesday nights, the community center, the YMCA, and the Jumpstart Gymnastics. And that was my way of kind of I brought all those to the community center just to see if there was interest, and they're very well attended. We rarely cancel a Y camp or a Skyhawks camp. We just added this fall Skyhawks classes at Kiwanis Park, and we have 16 kiddos out there starting last Saturday. So those are a little easier to run, but I'm telling you, I'm maxed out as far as getting more contracted services. But that's a way that I wanted to show that there was a need for day camps and,
Mhm.
different
Yeah.
classes.
That's why I asked too,
Yeah.
because I felt like it's already being utilized at the level that we're offering, that it feels like it would continue to be utilized. So if we offered more, I'm sure people would participate more.
I agree.
Okey-doke. Mr. Dingman.
Yay.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. McCoy.
Not this year for me.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bowman.
No.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Cortez.
I think we need a little more infrastructure, perhaps talk about I'm not quite there yet.
Okey-doke. Ms. Davis. And I'm a yes. 4-3 fails. Moving on. Public Works Operation Manager. Ms. Lowry.
So this was a position that we went over in detail at the last budget session, which we're happy to go back and answer questions. Just kind of wanted to get some thoughts from council on if this is something you're interested in or if you are not. And I will say that currently these are built into the budget. So the pass or fails, I will take them out or put them in or keep them in depending upon how this goes.
Mark, what would this person do for you?
It would do a lot of stuff that, just quite frankly, at this point isn't getting done. Especially related to like policies, asset management, that sort of thing. It also takes some of the like annual contracts, things that I do now, but annual contracts, permits that we have to get, annual reports, direct supervision of the other supervisors there, that sort of thing.
So when you say direct supervision, there are two currently.
Correct.
We'll call them an inside and an outside, or are they both outside? Who's doing the
They're like-
paperwork?
They're like 50-50.
Okay, doke. And so would this be as they're doing reviews on the people underneath them? Would this person be the second signer off on those reviews, or how does that work?
They're essentially responsible for those supervisors. So those supervisors still have control of the employees under them, but this person would be over the two of them.
And so this person, 40-hour week, how much in, how much out?
I think majority of it would be in. From my perspective, I think a lot of it's going to be asset related. That's kind of our biggest issue or biggest area where we could improve. Policy and procedures, those sorts of things. But yeah, it's more of a technical type person. So most of it's going to be in.
Any other questions for Ms. Lowry or Mr. Herzig on this?
Aaron, outside of the PD, is Public Works the second largest department we have?
By far, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So currently, are the supervisors reporting to you?
Yes.
And how much of your time does that take up if there's nobody in between?
There's what it should be and what I can offer. We probably, I'd say 5 to 10 hours a week. You know, we're in communication. It'd be nice to be more, but just with the capital project flow, that's all I can spare.
So the manager would mitigate that for you?
Oh, for
So
sure.
you wouldn't
Yeah.
have to be bugged?
I would still be involved. I mean, it's ultimately my role to oversee the entire department, but this person would just get things done that I want to do, but I can't.
Anything else for Mr. Herzig?
Aaron, funding for this would be general fund?
It would be split amongst the enterprise funds and the general fund.
Oh, really?
Yes, because they would be underwater, sewer, storm, streets, parks. So it would be split amongst all of them.
What percentage would come from the general fund?
0.18.
I believe it was right around the 40%. Actually, it was on that.
I just have a question about the role. Is that the normal role of a public works operation manager? For me, this seems, we're talking about inventory management, policies, procedures. Is there something here that I mean, this seems like a pretty high price tag for spreadsheet. What are they doing? What decisions are they making? What am I missing here? Help me out.
I mean, they're ultimately overseeing the operations side of the department. So they would be making sort of those leadership decisions. And a lot of that is involved in policy and procedures. I mean, you know, being able to do things properly, not violate laws, that sort of thing, is all kind of based in your procedures, your policies. And so, you know, it is a leadership role.
Is there a job description currently in the city for this person?
No, since we don't have the position, I haven't created one yet. I mean, I've got examples, but I haven't tailored it for us.
Mark, is this something that similar agencies our size have?
Yeah, Camas, Washougal.
I'm gonna share my screen that had all of this, so hold on. Okay, so it would actually be 30% from the general fund because streets and parks comes from the general fund, and then 15% from storm drainage, 26% from water, 21% from sewer. And then let's give some of the other cities that have a similar structure. Camas, Washougal, Kelso, Poolsville, Port Angeles, Oak Harbor, Mount Lake Terrace, Longview, Kelso, just to name some of our comparable cities.
Would this person be our go-between with the sewer people?
Yeah, they would be over, well,
I,
in them, I
Not-
would still be on the management side. This would be more like the operations committee. It's that group.
Which you do as well.
What's that?
Who's on that? Is that?
Right now, the Dawn does that. She's like one of the sewer supervisor essentially.
Who's your two supervisors?
Dawn and Todd.
Any other questions for Mr. Herzig, Ms. Lowry? Yes, ma'am.
Could I hear again how this, if this position is filled, how does that free you to, what does that take off your plate as far as if you're doing it all now and we have somebody doing here, what's your main focus going to be from that point if you have this position?
For the, at least for the next few years, it's gonna be continuing with capital projects. That's kind of our biggest, what we have the most of. As that, I don't know if that's ever gonna tail off, but hopefully at some point, that gets a little bit lighter. Then it'll be more, actually, honestly interfacing with council, those sorts of things. But yeah, for right now, at least 2 or 3 years, it's gonna be the capital projects.
Mark, I would assume that, I mean, you've been very successful the past handful of years on grant acquisitions, right? And so I would assume that would probably free you up to probably engage in that a little bit more, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm a pretty good grant writer. I mean, we've been pretty successful, so I would like to continue on with that. And, there's a lot that we just haven't been able, RCO is a good example, parks. That's one that's having, I think the state's putting more funding towards it, so I'd like to be, looking into that more. So, yeah.
Any other questions for Mr. Herzig or Ms. Lowry? Hearing none, Ms. Davis.
Well, none of this is ever easy, right? And I think it's a very big salary. And so I understand with the capital projects that you're going to be working on. I'm going to be a yes on this one.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Cortez, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Bowman, excuse me.
Yeah.
Yes. Mr. McCoy.
Mr. Bowman convinced me 47% comes from enterprise, so.
Yes. Mr. Dingman.
Yes.
Yes, for me as well.
With that real quickly, obviously we have more questions to bring back on the building official. We had this scheduled for approval of all these FTEs on October 2nd. So I'm assuming we'll bring back the building official on October 2nd and remove the other two. If that's,
If we see Mr. Drone come through.
yeah, we'll
We'll
ask him.
square him up tonight to get this on with, so that
Okay.
it's my hope that the city would start no later than the first week or two of October, excuse me, of
Yeah, we've, we'll have to
can't think of the
draft
term,
the
recruiting. Thank you.
official job descriptions. We have some examples and we've done some comparison to other jurisdictions so that we enter the salary ranges correct, but there will be a little bit of legwork, but we'll get rolling on that. So,
Well, on this person, that gives you the opportunity to start that now. Okay, doke. Okay, Ms. Lowry, this was all from 2 weeks ago. Are we still 2 weeks ago?
We are, because we have an answer to the question posed multiple slides ago. I'm going to pass it to Mark about the right of way acquisition and what we are allowed to do.
Oh, thank you.
So yeah, as we kind of thought, appraisals are included in the right-of-way activities that are, or you can do in the PE phase. So it's essentially your title searches. So like your title reports, being able to develop the right-of-way plan, the cost estimates related to that, then appraisals and appraisal review, and then right of entry and that sort of thing. So essentially about the only thing you can't do is make that actual offer to the people, but you can do the appraisals.
And the appraisals are only good for 6 months, so.
That's what I believe. It's in a different document, so I don't have it, but Aaron said that, and that was the same number that was in my head. So I something like that.
So that's the only concern that I have is if we go out and appraise them now and, in March, we still haven't got our plan back from WASDOT as right of way acquisition, then we got to go appraise again.
I think it does give us a bit of an opportunity. there'll be some kind of fine tuning, but if we can get at least the consultant on board, get them the properties that are have, kind of get all the sort of legwork done for it. And then kind of have that into WashDOT and sort of try to line it up so that, we're not into that issue. It gives us something. I agree with you. We have to be careful.
When
Just-
does the
you
clock
never know.
start? Does the clock start on the day that you make an offer for the property, or does the clock start on the day that you sign up to consult?
So the appraisal, that 6 month would be like the official date of the appraisal. So that report comes out, that would be the date.
So we have, if in the next 3 or 4 months, if we set up with a consultant and get started doing title searches, yada, 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 yada.
Yep.
That's not starting the 6 month period.
No, it'd be that final report.
Everyone get that? What do you need from us to have you get started with the yada, yada, yada and the title searches?
I don't think anything, we've got budget for it, so we can try to align it the best where it will work out the best for us.
Let's get started.
Okay, now we are done with the follow-up unless anyone has anything that
Let's
I
roll.
haven't covered.
Let's live
Okay.
today.
Perfect. Okay, we're gonna move on to the general fund and the various departments that we have within. So we're looking at general fund reserve uses. We do have in our budget the carryover for the city hall carpet and paint. It is currently out to bid and we should get that back. We're hoping to have that started this year, but there is a good chance that it will carry over, at least the payable will carry over into 24.
When are the bids due back?
Thursday.
This Thursday?
So we'll know if they came in lower or higher or what that will look like. So we may be discussing this at a different time for this year. And then we also have the senior center remodel of 250,000 and then the 20th Avenue portion from the general fund for the walking path. So those 3 projects together are 1.1 million, and that will leave us with a surplus of 177,000. Which actually it'll be more than that since we potentially, if we take the building official out, it will be more than that as well as the rec specials I was doing, and that'll just be the building official if that comes out. So that will get added. So that makes the negative line on the end of your report look a little bit better because right now I think it's sitting at negative 973. So looking at it, we're actually using a portion of this from reserves intentionally.
What happened to the increase for our transportation projects that we wanted to go with?
We just did that.
We just did that. I haven't added it yet.
Okay, but-
Yeah. So that was where in the beginning where I said that a potential of 272 would come from reserves and 522. So that's why, because we were sitting on a surplus.
And it's been a month since we mentioned 20th Avenue. Where are we? Are we any closer?
They're still working on design. That'll take a while and then, they are getting close to being able to apply for the permit. So that will be the kind of next sort of offside, but they'll continue working on the plan piece of it.
Thank you.
Are there any questions about these reserve uses for the general fund or any of these projects that we have on here?
Sorry, and I'll just add, since that came up, we were able to get it to 6 feet and avoid the stormwater.
Awesome. I'd also be curious. I've heard from several other citizens that there's other places in the city, especially on north-south connectors. Like north on Parkway, maybe there's a spot where there's no path. I'd be curious to see how we could do as far as marrying those up where we have gaps. Yeah. I think there's one maybe on Grace, but maybe that'll be,
That'll be part of it, where the road-
that, the one on Grace will be part of the project with Grace, I'm assuming.
Yeah, up to Main Street.
Then I think we're just not with North Parkway, if I recall.
So we have some highlights from the general fund as well as the community center parks department. So we had the 3 FTE requests, as we've already previously discussed, the paint carryover, the 2 reserve projects. We did have a significant increase to our insurance, 36.3% for a total of 403,000. We did try to get quotes from the City's Insurance Association of Washington, so the other pool within the city that's out of Ephrata, but They would not even provide us with quotes because they said they cannot touch WCIA's rates. So we are currently with the lowest option in the state and we're unable to fund on our own without having to pay more. So. as it's
Is that the
expensive,
increase or is that the
That's the
bill?
total amount.
That's the bill.
That's the bill. So it was a 36% increase over the previous year. And that just has to do with the amount of claims that they've had within the pool and things are expensive.
I can
Unfortunately.
share that just overall, just auto insurance went up across the board 25% just in the last 12 months as an average.
Yes,
Oh, boy.
yes. And then we have the carryover of the Old Town Master Plan. This is funded with a grant. And then we have the comprehensive plan, which is also funded with a grant. And then we have recruitment of 2 executive positions. We had it in at 50,000. We're actually doing most of that this year in 23. So it'll be reduced to 16,000, not 50,000 for 24. We do have the TBD sales tax election, $16,000. It may be higher or lower depending upon what council decides as far as going out to a vote and when we would like to do that. When we did adopt the 0.1% at the council level, we did say we would go out to a vote in 24. So that is why that is in there. Again, these are all open for discussion. I'll stop now. If there's anything you guys want to talk about that I've talked about so far, we can talk about it, or I can keep going.
Is there one on the councils do the TBD this year?
I would rather hold off.
Is
and
this in
show
23?
is
This would be
24.
24.
This would be 24.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I would like to show what we can do with what we have right now, what we just authorized before we go out again. Because I mean, if we go out, you're gonna have the primary in general are gonna be presidential. You know, so then we're either going February or April. And I don't know if we're ready to go February or April yet. Personally, with that, that's just my thoughts on it.
I think the resolution said November, didn't it?
I believe so.
I think it's more likely than not that there will be a high voter turnout November. I'm not sure that's the people voting for that are the people that are gonna be the people that typically vote in city-only initiatives. I wouldn't be opposed to pushing out to February of 25, but no later than that.
Do we need a new resolution? If that's something that the council as a whole wanted, then do you need a new resolution to counteract the previous one?
I believe so. I think that would be prudent that we could bring that back and just have that intention written. And then if you plan on February 25, then we can actually do the education prior to that in the fall of 24 and then be ready to go in February.
Get us to that point. So I think that would be good. And I think another good thing to mention is, we did up this to 2 million, but we are using reserve funds to do that. So if we want to be at that higher level to catch up with our preservation, I mean, we're draining reserves and general fund to do so. So it's really not sustainable long-term. We're using, one-time monies that we have. So
Plus, we'll have a whole year to demonstrate to the public.
what
We
we're
mean
doing.
business, right?
Yeah,
We're putting a lot of money out the streets.
Yeah.
So to maintain that, we need a little more support.
Why don't we bring that then I don't want to call it a correction, but we'll call it a correction on the 16th of October.
Absolutely. Well, and this 24 will be the second year we've had a large amount of street preservation because prior to this year, it was at the $750,000 amount. And so then we upped it to 1.1 and then got the grant. So we're up where we would be with TBD and even a little lower than potentially we would be. So. Okay. So I will take that out. So there you just added to your surplus. And then we have the reassignment of an FTE of the building inspector to a construction inspector. This was effective in 23, but the full year will be in 24. So that increased just a different department and then across the board of the other divisions. We have the parks replacement of the audio visual system in the Lewis River Room. And then we have increased part-time workers hours due to just an increase in rentals in 23, which have just continued. So we just have the need for more folks to cover the rentals. And we also had the increased supplies for the new recreation programs, which that will come out as well. So are there any questions about the items on this list? Before we move on.
Let's roll.
Perfect. Well, it looks like we have about 15 minutes left. So I
Actually,
think
we have 10 minutes left.
we have 10 minutes left. Our next item of discussion might take longer than 10 minutes or it might take less. time
Then
than 10
we'll make,
minutes, so
if we
come
need
back.
more than 10 minutes, we'll make an adjustment to the agenda and we'll put it on tonight's agenda to speak about it.
Okay. So we have some items for the police department that are not yet in the budget. We have some new tasers, which could be combined with the body worn cameras. It would be 30 tasers for 130,000 to purchase outright or 22,000 to $26,000 annually, along with 30 body worn cameras for 250,000 to purchase outright or 47,000 annually, or we can combine them for 387,000 or to purchase outright or 71,000 annually. It's actually interestingly enough cheaper to split it out by $4,000. I'm not sure why, but I might have been an error on the quote, but hey, they gave us a quote for it. So just wanted to discuss about the body worn cameras, if this is something that council is interested in going down as a policy decision. I will say, as far as the server space and infrastructure to house the information is being recorded, it comes with the body worn cameras and it's cloud-based, and it's not something we would have to have additional infrastructure for it. And based on what we have looked at as far as FTEs to be able to handle extracting the data, we potentially have somebody who's able to do that. So it would not be an addition of an FTE.
Well, at this point, because Camus did hire one full-time FTE to do such work, and they're finding that they probably didn't need a full-time, more like a half-time, I believe. And so I think we do have a little bit of capacity in our existing records, but probably not for long. So
So my first question
Oh,
is,
wait a
probably gonna
minute.
cause more FTE.
Was that-
So
Wait a minute. Let's get Mr. Rogers first.
oh, I didn't know we're trying, I thought it's okay.
I'll come to you after Mr. McCoy.
So where it says outright or annually, is annually like renting it or renting to own?
It's interesting because they say they don't charge a financing charge, but essentially it's just a financing option to allow the smaller jurisdictions to have a more palatable amount versus purchasing outright. My suggestion would be to just purchase it outright.
Okay, so it doesn't include like ongoing maintenance or anything if you do it annually or,
No, they both would be the same. So it's the same warranty. They're all warranted for the 5-year period. And you get them replaced if they break down. So it's one of those types of things where you're almost leasing it to own with an item. If something happens to it, they'll replace it for you. And it doesn't change purchasing it outright or annually.
okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
That was my question on the warranty. So definitely in favor of purchasing outright versus leasing them. And I'm still not seeing a need for body worn cameras. I'd wait. Kind of hopeful that some grants will come down from the state when they mandate them.
Yes, sir. Mr. Cortez, sir.
Oh, are we collectively doing this with the sheriffs, or, I mean, is this all on our own kind of deal?
Yes, and yes, and yes. We are doing it on our own, but the communication, TASER communicates with each other. For example, well, so with body worn cameras, for example, if we are in proximity of a deputy and their camera activates, so will ours. So some of the data collection will be joint, but we're paying for our own service for 30 cameras.
Got it. I think I would slightly disagree with Mr. McCoy. I am in favor of both the tasers and the body worn cameras. Yes, they may not be state mandated, but if we just wait until they become state mandated, we're gonna be behind the curve. Trying to catch up and learn the technology, learn, some of the more fine details on the systems and whatnot. And so I think it's good for us to kind of get into it right now. Work out some of the kinks. I would probably be in favor of I guess it's the lease, right? Because, I mean, anytime you're dealing with technology becomes obsolete pretty quick. And so I wouldn't be in favor of a huge outlay of cash to purchase them. And most, and, you know, for example, most school districts, they buy their technology, it's all leased. They don't just buy it outright, so. That's not true, actually.
Yes, sir.
So we're paying $4,400 for a taser,
Yes,
4 times what AR-15 rifle would cost us.
that's right.
That's freaking ridiculous. It literally just shoots freaking 2 prongs, fish hooks, and electrocutes you. So my issue is like we could order body worn cameras, but if they're not state mandated, we're gonna have to negotiate what that would with our PD to wear body worn cameras. If it's state mandated, would there be a negotiation there?
I think so.
You think we would have to negotiate a state mandate
Oh, yeah.
with the PD?
You know, without diving totally into the labor law right now, I would say me, let's say it that way.
Cause that's my only concern is that, you know, it'll cost us more than $253,000 to negotiate it in right now. Or if the state says, if you want to be a police officer in the state of Washington, you have to have a body worn camera. That's a different thing. Do we negotiate them carrying tasers? Guns?
No, that's a long standing practice, it's relatively new technology in the States. I don't know really the answer to that.
So that's my only thing is it could, you know, it could tie up where we're at right now with negotiations and what we're trying to do moving forward with the union to negotiate their contract.
And that is one reason why we kind of started this conversation when we went to look for the new tasers because ours are up. The original conversation was, hey, we can group these together and give you a deal. Well, it doesn't look like it's that big of a deal when the quotes really come out, but we are also in the middle of negotiations. So if this was a direction that council wanted to go down, we're at the table right now. So, you know, we would hold off on purchasing these probably until we had that.
So when we say our tasers are up, what does that mean?
They're not serviceable after
Shelf life.
December or something. Something breaks on them, we don't have any spares and won't have any. That's the issue.
The same contract has expired.
Yeah,
And so being able to, it breaks, you replace it with one,
Yeah.
it's gone because that warranty is up. That's
But
what he needs.
Besides that, even these tasers that we have, the X-26s are, and they don't, not selling anything. They're not, taser at least is not repairing them. So the ones that we have now, it's not even a matter of just getting them replaced for free if they're not allowed to replace.
Yeah.
So
But do we need, I mean, I guess. My issue is do we need to just get rid of them all, or if they still work, can we replace them as we need new tasers with the new models?
And so these are, that quote does include a trade-in, I mean, as a trade-in, but to keep, so these that are getting.
That's getting worse.
Well, they.
$4,400 with the trade-in,
They're,
you know?
yeah, I know.
Wow.
we're going, on that note, we're going to take a break and move this to the agenda. Since the agenda tonight is not, we won't call it heavy, but medium light. And so I'll make a little note on mine, and if I forget it, if someone will add that to the agenda, we'll move to this. What comes after this, Ms. Lowry?
After this, it's just the individual departments, which we've covered all the highlights. So unless council has specific questions about.
What departments are coming up after?
All the
this?
general fund. So all the departments.
If
So
we start,
legislative, executive.
who's
police,
first is what I'm asking. I
Law
can't just go down
enforcement.
law enforcement.
Law enforcement and then building planning.
Let's along with this, let's do law enforcement and building planning. Add to the agenda. Okey doke. The time is 18:54. I'll see you back at 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Hold on. If you'll join us, please, for the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Wonderful, thank you. Let's see who's here.
Councilmember Davis,
Here.
Councilmember Cortez,
Present.
Councilmember DeBossier.
Here.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Bowman,
Yes.
Councilmember McCoy. Councilmember Dingman.
Here.
And the clerk, Elizabeth Lely, is present. That concludes the roll.
Thank you. The gang's all here. Are there any changes to the agenda? We know there are. If someone will make a motion, please.
I make a motion that we accept the updated agenda.
And the updated agenda is, Ms. Lowry, if you'll tell us, just so we get it squared up in our head.
To add on the budget review of the law enforcement department as well as the planning and building department.
Thank you. Any questions?
Second,
Oh, is there a second?
second.
Thank you. I thought you were reminding me. Are there any questions? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none as well. Moving on to the summary reports, council member reports. Are there any? Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Attended Discovery Clean Water Alliance meeting on Friday. One of the things that we talked about was Megan would probably know what this is, arbitrage. So we have some, I wouldn't say it's a situation, but we have a grant, we've taken out loans for our bonds for building out part of the outfall, the plant, that kind of stuff. And when we took out those bonds, correct me if I'm wrong, it was a lower percentage rate, say like 3%. I'm not sure exactly what the percentage rate is. And because we have not used that money yet, and we're making 6% on the money that's sitting in the account, there's this thing called arbitrage. And we can only make so much money on, and it's understandable, we can only make so much money on government raised money that we've went out and received. So one of the things that will be coming back to us in December is they're trying to move up some of the projects that we have and start to get that money working so that we don't have to pay back that money that we're making. So they're moving a few things forward, and
Do you recall what that dollar is?
I want to say it's about $400,000 that we're going to owe if we don't move it forward. So if I remember right. The other thing that we're looking at right now is the growth management is coming up, and we will present a sewer plan for the city. The district will have a sewer plan, DCY will have a sewer plan. And they were wanting to know what direction we wanted to go, what we wanted to look at. And I know one of the things that we've talked about is the parallel force main, what we're gonna need there. The three plans they came up with are, basically doing the least amount that we can do and get us through. That may include the parallel force main. There are some ideas, and Mark, you probably know this, that we don't necessarily need a parallel force main, that we could do. The highest pressure we have is from our plant moving down line. And so it's higher pressure here. And so doing a dual, I guess you could say parallel force main there, and then coming back in together when the pressure is less down the line a little bit. And it could save some money for us and get us out further. One of the things that they asked us is where we wanted to go, as far as, do we just want to plan for 10 years? Do we want to plan for 20 years? Do we want to plan for 50 years? And the challenge is in 50 years, I know what 20 years looks like in Battleground. I've been here for 20 years. And our plant is going to be at capacity way before we get to 50 years. And we know the regulations and everything that change and the amount of money we spend to even get through the regulatory process to put in another line. And so they're trying to figure out, what we can do, how we can plan for the future, because if we don't look at that, that's our growth. The Vancouver's pretty built out, they don't have a lot of ground. We have a lot in what we would consider the district that can grow. So one of the things they looked at was, and we need to kind of come back to them. There was kind of consensus to go more towards 50-year because of the ability to plan for where a new treatment plant would be. But one of the things they talked about was doing what the tribe is doing, which is infiltration into the ground. Doing an infiltration out at along with the tribe out in Ridgefield to take part of the flow away and be able to build a plant there. The other one that would be beneficial to us is the 72nd area of an infiltration system similar to that in the 72nd area. And the reason we kind of brought up that we need to look at this stuff now is we can see all the way around us what the county's doing with development, and pretty much Council Member Marshall brought up, where's the ag lands? They've pretty much left, and the county's dividing everything up into 5 acre parcels, and we got homes going in everywhere around us. And if we don't plan and look at what that's going to look like in the future, then it may cost a lot of money to develop a plant in those areas. And so those are kind of the three different scenarios that they brought to us. The second scenario is actually dividing the city of Battleground. So we're not bringing everything back into Battleground and take everything on the west side and possibly pushing it to 72nd and going down 72nd and joining. And so all of them have a big financial impact. I think they said over 20 years is a $250 million impact, of which we're going to be on the line for roughly 80+ million of that at our current rate. So those are things coming down that we will have to make decisions on. And I think the important thing is that we continue to look, not be short-sighted and kick it down the road to someone else, because this is exactly what will stop growth and the ability to bring businesses and homes and have our town grow. Thank you.
Have you a question?
I do. Just a general question about GMA. Let's say we don't, and this might be more of a question for Aaron. We don't do this build out. Is there liability on the council's behalf for not being able to grow as under the GMA? So we, what I'm saying?
Oh, sorry. Oops, I just turned it off again. We have to show that we have water sewer capacity for our urban growth boundary and the growth required. So they will not approve if, for example, if we were to go for an urban growth expansion for jobs and we don't have the plans in place that show we have the capacity, they would not approve that.
Thank you.
So that I understand that, the county says that by 2030, I believe they say we're seven grand more, roughly 30,000.
Yeah.
So I assume currently we have that in both water and sewer to meet 30,000.
Yeah, so the water, again, based on the improvements are listed, we're out 20 years. And it'd be the same for the sewer. As long as you make those improvements that are listed, you'll have 20 years.
So we'll meet this GMA.
Well, obviously we'll update the plan for what we're going to,
No,
but
no,
yeah, I mean, you'll have. If you went straight right now and just did the parallel force main, that would provide everything we need in kind of the local area. There's still the improvements that need to be done at the treatment plant, various pieces along the way. What Shane's kind of talking about is there's other options that might get you to the same point at a cheaper cost. And so that's kind of what we've been looking at now.
And at what point will you be back to ask us about that?
So we will do our sewer plan starting next year. The district and DC Law will do the same. Probably late this year to early next year, the RFP will go out to get somebody on board to start looking at all of that. Because I believe it has to be done by mid 2025.
June of 25,
Yeah.
everything has to be completed.
And Megan, when they're talking about all of this, what are you doing in your head, kind of the rate, where the rate has to be for roughly $90 million?
That's a lot of math in my head, I will say, but if the infrastructure goes in such as out at 92nd with what we're doing with those improvements, that's a lot of SDCs, which should help offset the parallel force main. So right now we're set up for 64.4 million of improvements that the district is doing currently through those SDCs. I see us continuing to increase our rates 5%, and hopefully we don't have to go beyond that depending upon what happens. But ultimately, as our city continues to grow, as long as we continue to look at that SDC and make sure we're appropriately increasing it, we should be okay to where that's paying for the majority of that. And I can't imagine with that far out how many SDCs that is that would offset that. And we would just continue to increase our calculation of what's our anticipated for 20 years and then divide it by the number of ERUs we're expecting. So that is our goal in its simplest explanation I can give you.
Which would be new pays for new,
Correct.
old pays for current, and whatever their portion of the new is.
Yes.
Any other questions of Mr. Bowman or of Mr. Herzig or Ms. Lowry? Anyone else, any other council member reports? Hearing none. Okay, I guess we have a presentation now from Mr. Ferrier.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members.
Yes, sir.
Members of council. I'm going to cut to the chase pretty quick here and give you the ending first. So at the end of my presentation, staff's going to ask that the city council review this material and then provide us some direction for if you want us to review, pursue this further or not. If you've had a chance to review the staff report, it's a very good staff report by the person, I wrote it, so I thought it was pretty good. But I can give you as much information as you want. I kind of a play-by-play, or if you have questions, we can cut right to that too.
For the folks out in the audience, let's give us a small
Okay.
version.
All right, so as council members will recall, staff was previously directed to contact our counterparts in Moses Lake who installed some automatic license plate reader cameras, or ALPRs. We did that. We shared that information with the city council in August, at which time the city council asked us to conduct further research on the ALPRs, but also to get some information on other automated traffic safety cameras, red light cameras, speed zone cameras. As part of that research, we reached out to cities here in Washington that use both license plate reader cameras and other red light speed zone cameras, as well as staff at the Washington Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs, that's WASPC, to learn about legal constraints, prevalence of use, and policy implications that council may need to know. In addition, we also conducted some research through the Municipal Research and Services Center, MRSC, as well as spoke with our legislative advocates at Gordon Thomas Honeywell, who provide policy guidance on state matters of interest related to city operations. When it comes to both ATS cameras and ALPR cameras, it's important to note that although the systems are similar, they look similar and look and function, they have very different purposes. For example, red light cameras are intended to promote public safety by supplementing traditional traffic enforcement operations and deter motorists from violating traffic regulations. They are governed by the RCW, the Revised Code of Washington. RCW 46-63-170 authorizes cities and counties to use ATS cameras in limited situations. These situations can include cameras at multi-arterial intersections, railroad crossings, school zones, public park zones, hospital zones, and then certain priority road safety locations. There are specific restrictions in RCW for the use of red light and speed zone cameras. These can include a camera can only take pictures of a vehicle and its license plate and only while an infraction is occurring. It prohibits the use of a photograph from revealing the face of the driver or passengers in the vehicle. In addition, cities and counties that use red light or speed zone cameras are required to install and operate those cameras in a manner that minimizes the impact on drivers. So if it flashes in your face, they're not supposed to do that. Traffic infractions are processed in the same manner as parking infractions. Compensations paid by the city or a county to the user, to the vendor that provides the cameras must be based on the value of the equipment and services provided by that vendor, not on the fines or penalties or revenues generated by the equipment. For speed zone cameras, a city is required to remit 50% of the proceeds less admin costs to the state of Washington. Also pursuant to RCW, there are several requirements imposed on cities, counties related to analysis and reporting. For example, prior to enacting an ordinance authorizing the placement and operation of red light or speed zone cameras, the local legislative body in question, in this case, the city council, would be required to prepare an analysis of the locations where they're proposed to be used. All camera locations must be clearly marked at least 30 days before a camera is activated. And the city must post an annual report on their website that shows a lot of things, including the number of accidents that occurred at the location, the number of notices of infraction that were issued for each camera, and then anything else, the relevant information the city deems is appropriate. As part of our research, we found that of Washington's 281 cities, at least 24 that we know of use red light cameras. Some use both for red lights, some use them for speed zones, and both. Anecdotally, from our conversations with staff and law enforcement at the various cities that we contacted, it appears that some cities that use the cameras break even. In other words, revenues or expenditures are about equal. Some cities, it's actually a revenue generator. The revenue generated by infractions, less the cost they pay to the vendor for the cameras, that's actually, they're in the black, so to speak. Now, on the other hand, license plate reader cameras, they're a little bit different. They're not about enforcement, they're more about investigation of crimes that have already occurred. Where the placement and usage of ATS cameras are controlled through RCW, there is no corresponding set of rules or guidelines in RCW specific to license plate readers. There was a proposal that was brought forth by the ACLU 4 or 5 years ago to regulate their use, but it failed to gain traction in the legislature, and so it kind of died. It's not clear what appetite, if any future legislature may have to revisit the matter, but that's always a possibility. Costs associated with both red light speed zone cameras and license plate reader cameras vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, depending on a variety of factors, which can include the cost to purchase and install the equipment. And typically, when I say purchase, I mean a lease. The use of software specific to the camera system, storage and retrieval of data, and staff time related to operation of the program. As mentioned in the staff report, some cities operate one system or the other, some do both. And regardless of the policy directives, camera operation often raises questions from the public regarding perceptions related to privacy and why they're being used in the first place. For example, opponents often contend that ATS cameras are more about revenue generation than concerns over public safety. When it comes to license plate readers, opponents state a concern that license plate readers represent a potential intrusion upon an individual's expectation of privacy. In contrast, proponents counter that ATS cameras are an effective deterrent that encourages compliance with traffic rules and regulations, and that license plate readers are a powerful investigative tool that can represent a force multiplier when it comes to investigating crimes. In terms of options for the city council, as I mentioned before, staff does not offer a specific recommendation per se, but we do request the city council consider our work to date and then provide us direction. Do you want us to go down the path and look at this more and report back, or take no further action at this time? And in a nutshell, Mr. Mayor, that concludes my report.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
We'll start with Mr. Rozier.
So you talked about the rules of where you could have them, and it sounded like where interstates intersect, would that be 502 and 503?
Yeah, as a question I thought was going to come up, and I didn't think about getting the answer to that question. It's a state highway, so I don't know if it applies for a state highway. I do know that cities in your traffic arterials in your jurisdiction, yes, you can do that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Anyone else? Hold on, Mr. Dingman?
Well, earlier today, driving down Main, while the street light, well, while the flashing lights for school zone were on, I got in the right lane heading west, going 20 miles an hour, was passed by 2 or 3 large pickup trucks going about 30. I personally would love to see those cameras to enforce our speed zones in our school zones.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Davis?
My question is, how many officers are designated for traffic per shift or however you do it, designated strictly for traffic per day?
None. Not right now.
Is that due to staffing
Due
or?
to staffing right now, we're looking forward to changing that in 2024. Currently, we have no one dedicated.
We did for a little bit, right?
Pardon?
We did for a tiny bit.
We did for a tiny bit until staffing was reduced for a couple of reasons. And then we pulled that person temporarily. We're intending to reinstate that in 2024. And one other.
So Chief, if we're correct, the intention in 2024 is to have 2 designated traffic officers.
That's right, yes.
Is there a follow-up, Ms. Davis?
No, is that what's coming up tonight as far as the budget, when we talked about law enforcement, the 2 FTEs that Chief was talking
That's
about?
not necessarily part of the discussion this evening.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. McCoy, sir.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was gonna get to, because I know in the budget, we have 2 traffic police officers for next year. I would rather see the effect of that on traffic patterns before we put more money down this road. I would rather see a uniformed officer instead of a camera behind the ticket, me personally. So that's where I sit on it. If there is a grant for license plate readers, I don't know if it goes to amber alerts or silver alerts. I would be open to that discussion, but as far as tickets, until we have the 2 traffic officers out there, I would just rather see the effect of that. I'd also be curious what the effect on the accidents were on the cities that implemented these. Did they actually see a reduction in traffic accidents with this implementation?
I can't speak to all the cities. I did look at Moses Lake, and as I mentioned, law requires you to post information in terms of accidents at these intersections where the cameras exist. In 2019, they had 48 accidents. In 2020, they had 52 accidents. In 2021, they had 35 accidents.
So 50 to 35 when they implemented it.
From 48 to 35. They've had cameras longer than that, but that's the most recent data I could find posted online for them.
So with
Yes, sir.
So my only concern, I don't disagree with Mr. Dingman that I think a good place to start is our school zones. I'd like to see what that exactly is for our school zones. I know Main Street, I think the school zone starts at just before McDonald's and goes all the way to Parkway, doesn't it? And then what the school zone is on Parkway, the other schools that we have, what do those school zones look like? Because if I remember right, our school zone enforcement last year was very, very slim as far as what we had in our school zones. The other issue that I have is if we're bringing on 2 officers to work traffic, that's probably going to be day shift only. Is that correct?
Probably it's the opposite of that, more like swing shift-ish.
So swing shift. So our school zone, once again, will be left without someone enforcing the speed zones through the school zones. And the other issue that we have is just like we have right now, when we fall below, when our staffing is short, whether it be FMLA, officers moving on, whatever, that we end up pulling them off of traffic and putting them back into regular patrol and detectives or whatever. So, you know, I would love to see just a little bit more information on it before I make a decision, but I do think it's an opportunity for us to at least start to enforce some of the school zones. The red lights, there are a lot of red lights that get ran in this town, but can we put a traffic camera? Are we allowed to put them on the state highways? That's what I don't know. It'd be nice to know if the state allows us to do that. Is that our jurisdiction, not our jurisdiction? You know, we're finishing up this project out here on 502, 503. And we've extended the two drag strip lanes just a little bit going northbound. And those are used regularly. If you sit out there, you can see every night or even during the day how often those are used to accelerate quickly. And I know people don't like to wait through those intersections, and so there's quite often that there's some red lights ran there. So but I'd like to see what the state allows us to do there. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I run the red light, I get the ticket. Who looked at it to send it to me?
So I understand that they send a list of all the violations and there's actual person that looks at them to confirm.
So is it a sworn officer that sends me the ticket, or is it one of
As I understand,
the,
it's a sworn officer that does that.
one of the non-sworn down in the building?
As I understand it, it's actually a sworn officer who reviews each and every single violation. So if you've got 100 of them, he or she is going to look at 100 of them.
And did they say, are they sent weekly, monthly? How are they sent? Did they say, did you get that deep into
Yeah, I
it?
didn't get that deep into it, quite frankly.
I get the third party that sent that to you.
Yeah, the
Yeah, but
owner of
the
the,
actual,
It
but the
doesn't
actual,
come with a
but
top
the,
down.
yeah, but the actual confirmation is it's somebody has to review it, right? So it's,
yeah, so the owner of the camera, whoever that may be, the company, would forward that to us. And someone down, a sworn officer
Yeah,
at some
one of-
point would
one of our guys or gals. is
run
gonna-
it across
is
the
gonna look at it
screen.
and say thumbs up, thumbs down.
Yeah, it got them at 35 and a 20.
Yep.
Or whatever. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I just have a question. I'm sorry if you already answered this, but did you get an idea of how many red lights they had ran? Is it run or ran?
Run.
Run per day?
Not per day, but I can tell you they're required to post that information. I'm looking at Moses Lakes' information for 2019 through 2021. They had 250 sites at northbound Stratford Road at Valley Road, 96 southbound. Broadway, they had 387. So yeah, that level of information, yeah, you have to note it and actually put it online.
Okay, but you're thinking people are getting a couple a day or,
Well, I mean,
I-
on that
Yeah,
one
I-
street, they were running one a day.
okay.
Yeah,
Kinda.
yeah, it's like, maybe it's 1, maybe it's 10 per day. I
Yeah,
don't
yeah, you
know.
never know.
Every day is gonna be a little different, right?
Maybe Tuesdays are different from Fridays.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Davis. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
know you're going to ask for some direction, and for myself, I would like to start with the additional officers. I think a great deterrent is if you're driving down and you see the blue lights, they know you're there. I've seen it happen before, and we have multiple school zones. I would rather use that sort of manpower than a camera. And as far as the license plate readers, I don't believe Battleground is at that distinction of needing such a device. So personally, I'm against both, but I obviously care about the safety. I think we can get this done, or at least do more research on having these additional officers out there, and our own citizens seeing our police in person and on the job. And I think word travels fast, and I would prefer to see it that way. So I just wanted to let you know.
Let me ask you this then. Are you willing to put a resolution forward ordering the city to to have those traffic officers come hell or high water. I asked that in this sense. Last year, there was no school zone enforcement. The city chose not to do that. The year before, I don't believe there was any either. So is the city council willing to order the city to do, are you willing, and I'll ask the rest of us, are you willing to order the city to do that? Because as he just stated, those would be swing shift people, and school zones run roughly 6:45 a.m. to 8. So there will not be anyone there in the mornings. And the afternoons, those people will be coming on to work. So the chances of those people are being there are slim as well. So it will take the city council to state what we want to have happen. Are you willing to do that?
Well, my question to you is, and I heard that swing shift and that was a concern, but are you saying that during the police department, during the school shifts of the pickup and the drop off, that there is not an officer that patrols, because we have patrols, that can't patrol that area, that you have to designate a traffic officer? Is that what you're asking me? I mean, I'm trying to figure out, as a police department, you have a patrol. Can you set a patrol that's in an area?
Well, let's ask the chief. This morning at 7 o'clock, how many officers were on duty, not including yourself or the lieutenant?
I think there were three,
3 officers.
3, 4, 5 actually counting the SRO. There were 5 altogether.
Well, 5, but those guys are in the schools. So those 2 are not able to hold a radar gun, I assume. Or,
They could do some of both, and when we have that presentation, the next, I think October 2nd, we'll talk about the plans going forward, if you ask us to do for school zone enforcement.
well, we asked that for tonight, not for October 2nd. Are you not prepared for that tonight?
No, as Chief and I were talking about, there's some other logistics that we need to look into with the SRO contracts, because they do have some requirements to be at the school in the morning. So we're working on kind of that. We're going to bring that back on October 2nd. I didn't believe there was a direct timeline on that. I
Yes,
just
ma'am.
asked them to bring that
It was
back.
mentioned that it would be back on the 16th of September.
Well, today's the 18th.
Excuse me, the 18th. I'm sorry.
Well, you're off by 2 days.
The 18th of September. Gosh, now I'm a month ahead. So this morning I hung out down on Onsdorf. Of course, I have no radar gun eyes, but I can certainly tell when people are cruising through there. Talking to the school ladies, the crosswalk ladies, very nice women. They're in jeopardy. And we have done nothing to help them. I know no one likes to hear that, but we cut some trees, which took an act of God to do, and to clear up the flashing yellow light so that they could be seen at a distance. We did that last year. But we have not, in the last couple of years, done any of that. And I understand the promise, but we've been promised a lot in the past. And when times turn against us, those people, as Mr. Bowman stated, would be the first to go. And I understand that. If you need patrol people, then put away the ticket book and come on back home. I understand that. But I believe the council over the years has asked the city to buckle down, to actually, I mean, I don't know how many tickets were written this past week, but Mr. Dingman says, and again, he's just pacing with his car. We have a problem. And we're not, as a city, acknowledging that problem. We've asked for some help in that, and we have not been, it has not been accepted in my estimation. I mean, how about I ask you this then, Chief? At the next meeting, if you'll bring, we'll just pick a day, last Thursday, whatever day that was, will you tell us what kind of traffic violations were written last Thursday, just as a off the top of my head? And then at that point, just a sample, sir. I don't think that's asking too much. Oh, God. Yes, ma'am, Mr. Rogers, back to you.
So I appreciate the adding traffic units. I know it's not really part of this conversation, but I'm interested in using both. It seems like every time somebody runs a red light, you wish there was a cop there, and there's never a cop there, and you curse them the whole way down, you know, like, "Arr!" But it'd be nice to be able to have multiple methods of keeping the roadways safe. So I'd be interested in both options. I don't know if there's a deal if you only get like a couple cameras or if you have to buy a whole ton. I don't know, but
That would be just what dollar amount we want to put out.
yeah, maybe just us talking about it. People are gonna think that we got cameras. Maybe they'll correct themselves, but it's wishful thinking. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Bowman, sir.
So we do some training, and by we, I mean me. I do some training for different things, and one of the things that we teach people all the time is when seconds matter, the cops are only minutes away. Okay, and so I don't expect the police officers, when we have 3 police officers on duty, like we could step up higher to have 6 police officers on duty every shift, and 2 or 3 of them are dedicated to patrol and traffic enforcement. And the challenge with that is we won't do it because of what it costs to do it. And this is just another tool. I don't think it's replacing our officers, but I understand too what our officers have to do. And I understand that, like, sitting in a school zone for 3 hours, one of, I don't know what we have, 6, 7, maybe in the city, there's got to be at least, well, I know there's at least 4, you know, because Onsdorf Parkway, Maine, you've got some over, you got 2 on 20th and 239th, I think, has one. Then you've got Maple Grove that has, you know, so we've got a lot. To expect police officers to sit there from 6:30 in the morning till 8, and then come back in the afternoon to sit there is asking a lot. This is just another tool. This is just another tool that we can use to, and I'm not saying that the police officers shouldn't work, but and do it themselves too. But I've been at this for 12 years. And I also understand that in 12 years worth of time, we have not been fully staffed at PD. It's hard to get people there. It's hard to get people hired. It's hard to get people through. And so every time we think we're going to get something, then somebody leaves, somebody retires, somebody goes out on military leave, someone gets pregnant, whatever it may be. And we have to pull back those people. And so I know it's not, you know, and the other reason I like it too is it's working, whatever that is, the 3 hours in the morning, 3 hours in the afternoon, if that's what the time frame is. So that's 6 hours of work we get that doesn't cost benefits, doesn't cost it doesn't cost us employees, it doesn't cost us paid time off, it doesn't cost us any of that stuff. But it allows us to start there and look at those areas where these aren't adults crossing the street. These are kids that are moving. I mean, the whole northern section of our town, which kids go to Chief and Captain, those are walking schools. Those are not those. I mean, Mr. McCoy, you were on the school board, so you know this more than I do. It blows my mind that we have crossing guards walking kids all the way to 20th in groups, and we've got a set of crossing guards on Onsdorf, one set, and you've got 4 different streets that you can cross there, and you know, 10-year-old kids will walk to school there. Now, the 10-year-old kid walking to school, and you get the 16-year-old kid in his hot rod flying down the street, not paying attention. That's different. And so that's why we look at this stuff. It's not because, you know, I would love to have more police officers, but Public Works would hate it because they're going to lose the operations manager. Erin would hate it because she's got to figure out where all this is coming from. Megan's gonna hate it and she's gonna be gone because she knows what we make. And it's just a matter of time. And so this is the easiest way to do it and look at it if we want to do it. I think we need more information. But I think just saying, no, let's have more police officers, which we were already told they're going to be swing shift officers, most likely. So if we're not covering it now with the officers that we have, how is it going to change? Yeah, with two overhires, it's not going to change. We're always going to be trying to catch up at PD. Because it's just the nature of the business. And there's not people lining up to be police officers because of the way this country is right now and the way this state is. There's not people lining up to be police officers. There's 1,000 trying to be a firefighter and we can't get one to be a police officer. So this is just another tool.
Mr. Cortez, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Just real quick, I mean, I'm in support of a measured approach to using this as a force multiplier, giving the police another tool. So not going all in, but dipping our toe in the water, see what it's like. And Mr. Mayor, and I say this with the utmost amount of respect to you, your statement that said that that we're putting these people in jeopardy. That definitely is not a legal acknowledgement of this city or this legislative body. And I assume it was just a bit of hyperbole from you.
Okay. So I think, Mr. Farrier, what is the plan? Is the plan to go out, have him look, first of all, let's see if you can put him on the state highway. That if we need the blessing of WASDOT, we might as well just hang that up because God knows what they'll do. As far as what's the plan here to have Mr. Farrier go forward? Is the plan to have him price out a set at we'll say 3 sets just to start with, and then see where we go from there, and then figure out where they want to be placed? What's the game?
I definitely want to know if they can be placed on the state highway myself.
Yes.
First, but that's a completely set, those are red light cameras, and I mean, I'd rather start in our school zones before that, because there's some data that we would need to gather to even put red light cameras there, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So accidents, all that kind of stuff, but school zones, we can put those in school zones at any time, correct?
I think you have to look and gather some data as well for that as well.
How do you gather data in school zones if we're not doing school zone enforcements?
We're waiting. That's a tough one.
To put up the static signs and not collect the data for ticketing is what I think.
Okay, and what does that look like? What do they want for data? Do they want, we go out we do an enforcement like our emphasis. So we do a school zone emphasis for X number of days and gather data. What does that look like?
We'll find out.
Okay, cool. Can you recap what you think we're asking for?
Yeah, I've heard, you want staff to look into the red light cameras on state highways. Is that permissible? And also what is the process in terms of analyzing and gathering data for speed zone cameras and in speed zones?
And
I assume you're talking on Parkway.
What I'm hearing also is the council as a whole is in favor of red light cameras, but those need to be at certain intersections which show a need. So do we have any intersections that meet that criteria would be the other question.
and then
Well, we don't know that. I mean, we can,
What is that
I mean,
threshold?
yeah, we can sit up here and say all day that we think this.
Well, yeah. Well, yes, ma'am.
So I'm probably getting too technical, but when it comes to the school zones, are the cameras set a certain way to monitor the 20 mile per hour, just like the school zones? Or is there somebody that's gonna have to go through and see if it was actually school zone time?
Yeah, there's a camera system that's set up. I don't know how it works. Deputy Mayor DeRochers, we can find out.
Okay.
It would probably be hooked up, and we'll just say, As the yellow lights come
Right.
on, it comes on.
Right.
When the yellow lights go off, which is set by the county, if
So I
I
understand
understand.
it typically works, there are a couple cameras and it takes a picture of one and then it takes a picture of the second one, through the second one, and then they know the distance. If you achieve that distance, by the time the second cameras, they can back and tell you how fast you're going. 35 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour.
Yeah, math.
Math is hard.
Time over distance.
Oh, my. Okey doke. Any other things for Mr. Ferrier?
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Moving on. Citizens communications. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes to provide comment. Council may not be able to respond. Is there anyone? I believe, madam. Yes, thank you. Please, madam, come forward. If you'll come to the rostrum there and give us your name, please, and then we're all ears. Welcome aboard. You might need to pull the microphone down just a tad.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Elaine Hertz. I live at 309 Northwest 10th Street here in BG. I am a longtime resident. In fact, I was born just right up at Dennisburg. And I'm 73, so I would say I'm a longtime resident. I have seen this town have a main street go from 2 lanes with little traffic to 4-lane city with a lot of congestion. And with that, I want to give you a couple of stats, which I'm sure you probably know. In 2000, the census had this city at 9,296 people and only 3,071 households. In 2020, the census was 20,743 people and 7,093 households, with an estimation of for 21 of the population to be up to 21,119. Well, you and I both know all that new construction out there, those numbers have changed. And with that, I believe we need to get this government back to the people voting for the mayor. Currently, you choose the mayor amongst yourselves. In the past, the people voted for the mayor. All the council needs to do to get it back to the people voting for the mayor is to vote into law number RCW 35A.13.033. That would allow the position of mayor number 1, or the mayor position number 1, to be on the ballot. And yes, I know we would still have the same number on the council. But with that, we, the people, would be able to select every single position, not every person individually, as we are now, but every position would be voted on by every citizen in this city. And I pray that you listen and you get us back on track. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hertz. Pleasure to have you. Anyone else? What?
John, it's Inga. I live at 12 Northwest 19th Street, Battleground. Lots of interesting topics tonight, and I love it. You know, police officer on Parkway and my street, 4 o'clock Friday afternoon to 6 o'clock Friday afternoon. You guys would make so much money because those are all 80 mile hours going home. Sunday nights, same thing, just going wild. But that's not why I came here this evening. I'm not sure, but I seen drill holes in Parkway, like they're gonna doing some test holes for running a sewer line, water line, storm drain line. I'm not sure. But if that's what's gonna happen, I hope that they actually look at widening Parkway out along the Catholic Church, just to give those walkers, you have about this much space in a ditch. And anybody that walks there walks on the road. So it's really a safety issue for me. So if the engineer would kindly take a look at that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. A pleasure to have you.
John, I always move over for you.
That's sweet of you. The consent agenda. Does any council member believe that any item needs to be withdrawn? Thank you, sir.
Second.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none as well. Moving on, ordinance number 2023-16, amending the Battleground Municipal Code 2.64.010 Lodging Tax Advisory Committee membership. Presentation, Ms. Erdman.
Ms. Lowry.
Ms. Lowry.
Hello, council. In reviewing our code, we noticed some inconsistencies with state law. In our current code, we had our lodging tax committee have the ability to vote somebody out of the committee, where technically city council is supposed to review the committee composition annually, and it contradicts itself, because if the council wants to appoint someone, then it has to go back to the committee to have them remove them. And then if there's a disagreement, then what happens? So per advice of our attorney, we have taken out that last sentence of code to be in compliance with state law. So it eliminates the inconsistency between code and state law, allowing council to review and appoint on an annual basis the members of the lodging tax committee. So all we're asking for tonight is to set a public hearing so we can modify the code, and we're looking for October 16th.
And the modification again would state,
It would just eliminate the last sentence. So it would eliminate the vote by the committee to remove somebody from the committee.
so at that point, to remove someone from the committee would take a vote of the council.
It would just be you appointing, just like
It'd be like
all the other committee.
Yeah, it'd be mayors.
The mayor's.
Well, but I asked to remove someone. If someone want it,
There's no term stated in the code or statute because of the composition of the committee. You have to have specific type of people. And so in the annual review, that was when you would appoint or remove someone to replace someone.
do we meet that requirement currently?
Yes.
Okay. Does anyone have any problems with Ms. Lowry coming back on the 16th of October with that change? If that's the way it's got to be, I guess that's the way it's got to be. So we'll see you on the 16th of October.
And you're essentially directing us to host a public hearing. We could just get that.
Exactly.
Okay, just making sure.
Exactly. We did have an agenda change, and that was the budget continuation. And so Ms. Lowry will continue on from just about an hour ago where we left off.
Oh. Okay, so we were continuing the conversation about body worn cameras as well as the tasers. That is where we left off.
That's fine. Mr. Rogers has a question.
So more of a comment.
Okay.
I don't necessarily think the police need it for, their behavior or anything, but I do find it valuable to have the video available. Working in transit, I see how valuable the video footage is on so many different levels. Just simple customer complaints, anything, you have the ability to go in and review it. And I've talked to a couple police officers that have come in, pick up videos, and they sounded like they liked having their body cam and telling me how I could be standing by them and email or something. I don't even know. Pretty high tech stuff, but anyways, I would be interested in cameras, but obviously I want to know if PD themselves are interested in having it. Like I personally feel like it'd be a good idea to have that extra support, back you up. So there's no question as what actually happened. And then the tasers, I guess we kind of have to have tasers. So, but I just wanted to say that I am interested in the cameras, as a tool. And not that I think that the police are doing anything that they need them, but just that they're valuable. That's all.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
So I got on Google. We're paying a lot for those tasers.
Amazon.
No, you can't get them on Amazon. You can get the holster on Amazon. But it looks like the Taser 7, that's the one we're looking at, correct, Chief?
Yes.
$1,900. $1,960. Looks like it's $40 for the cartridges. There are 7 different cartridges depending on who you're shooting and what direction you're shooting. If you're close, it's going to give a different angle, but the cartridges are anywhere from $40 to $52, and you're looking at like $50. Right hand holster is $78, left hand is $77. So that's quite a bit cheaper than we have. And I don't know who we're getting bids from.
So based on what the quote includes, it is from the state list.
Oh, Lord.
I'll talk about that in a second.
But it includes the tasers, holsters, sidearm kit, charging docks, batteries, cartridges, live and training, targets and target frames, cartridge replacement license, extended warranties on docks, taser handles, batteries, etc.
So is all of that, et cetera, worth $2,300? Like, I don't know that we need a warranty if we're paying double for you just buy another taser. That's where you get a free taser when you send it back.
Well, wouldn't you get that from the manufacturer anyway? This is a retail outfit or the manufacturer?
This is a retail outfit, eStore.Proforce online. They only sell to law enforcement. You have to have credentials to buy from them. But this is why I think we need to be, I seriously think we need to have somebody that does procurement for us. Because when we just go straight to the state list does not mean that we're getting the best deal. It just means they went out and cut a deal with somebody to buy tasers. And we just assume that that's the price of them. I still don't, I mean, even the ones that we have on Taser site, it says they don't sell them anymore in the United States and Canada, but because they're phasing out, but it doesn't say anything about them not. You can still get them, but Taser's not selling them. So this same company will sell them to you, the ones that we have. So I still question whether we need to replace all of our Tasers. So I would appreciate it if we do simple Google searches and save some money. Sir.
Which brings us back to what is it, a combination deal? Are we in the camera business? I see the camera business as protecting the citizens of this community liability wise. We never know on the opposite end of a police involvement. We have 2 sides, maybe 4 sides, maybe 6, who knows who's standing around. But I do know that with the video, it is not, it's what happened. The video will tell us what happened. And so liability wise, we talked about tonight that our liability insurance went up a third. So maybe this is a way that we can convince WCIA that we're actually thinking about it. Who knows? They may not. They probably won't, because a dollar is a dollar to them. But I see this as a protection for both the officer and for us as citizens. Because if there is a question, and I watch court occasionally, and you can hear a lot of things in court on just as simple things like speeding tickets. The sign was hidden by trees. The officer was hiding behind trees on the Fred Meyer entrance. Okay. But in something that is video worthy, I believe that it will protect both our officers and our citizens and us. I do see the value in the cameras. I see the value in them now, actually. And as far as tasers, I see the value at $2,000. I don't see the value at $4,400. So if we need new tasers, is there a shelf life? Is there a best buy date on tasers? Is there a shelf life?
Yes,
There is. Have we met the shelf life on the 30 that we have currently?
that's what I'm told, yes.
That the one you're wearing currently is its best buy date is come.
Yes, by the end of this year is what I'm told.
It has come. So obviously we have to replace those, because at some point, some judge will ask, what's the date on your taser? Well, I watch court. They do ask if you don't think defense attorneys ask that kind of thing, they ask it quite regularly. And so we need to be within the spec. And so I would go with Mr. Bowman on asking the city to take their eyes off the state list, find these that are agreeable to the officers. Obviously, we already have the holsters, so we don't need to buy those again. Oh, they changed the size. That's probably, yeah, you're probably
The training.
right. What training has the manufacturer offered in the last 2 years?
We have, I think, one current taser instructor, and we'll get another one on board next year.
I understand that, but
Training the operative room, I guess.
We don't need the-
I'm asking about the manufacturer. Has the manufacturer taser come to the battleground and said, this is how they work? Have we sent someone from here to taser headquarters, wherever that may be, to have them go through taser school with taser manufacturer? We have.
That's the one current instructor we have.
And so he or she is capable of teaching the other 29. I'm only asking this
I'm
in
not
this.
positive if they're updated on the TASER 7 or not. And if that's the case, it's a remedial training or something for that person.
Okay, but it wouldn't be, if we're half, it wouldn't be $65,000 to send this person to taser school. So I do agree again with Mr. Bowman on this, that we need those. Obviously, you've told us that. And I would ask that we probably just outright purchase the cameras. Is that Axion? The one, that's the sheriff's contract. That's Vancouver's contract. I don't think that's Camus's contract. Is it Camus's? Do you know? Is Camus using Axion?
I think so.
They seem to be the number one provider. And if you see cop videos on YouTube or whatever, you always see their trademark in the corner.
Is it Axon? AXON?
Oh, I thought it was AXION. It's AXON.
It's the same people make the taser.
Okay. So, so the question is $70,000 for tasers outright. Because obviously we can't rent them from this retail company. And $250,000 for body cameras.
We can bring back the additional information about the tasers, have them look to see, and bring that amount back as a different amount. But the body worn cameras, we can also bring both these back if you would like, if you want to think about it, or if you have additional questions. There's still time.
Well, at this point, it seems cut and dry to me. Does it seem cut and dry to the rest? Obviously, your tasers have a shelf life. They've met their life.
I think maybe what she's saying is that with to Mr. Bowman's point, are there cheaper Axon tasers that we could buy instead of buying a direct from a taser? We could probably look for that number.
Yeah. And so we know what it is. I mean, this is the 7 dot, I mean, they have a charging station, $1,600 for 6, charges 6 of them. They have, you know, the battery pack is $98. So,
The full meal deal.
I mean, you would have to add that up, figure out what that total would be.
So when would you like to come back and tell us the story on this?
I will be back at the next council meeting with more budget info, so I will hopefully have answers for you by then.
On the 2nd of October.
Correct.
We look forward to it.
And then as far as body worn cameras, do you want to discuss them now, or do you want me to bring those back as well?
Is there any interest in having them? Let's just ask that of the council. Is there any interest in body worn cameras starting in January of 2024?
I'd like to myself.
I'm not against cameras. I haven't seen the need in a municipality of this size. I guess is my, I see it I see that as a larger city, Portland, Vancouver, that has more maybe inflamed situations. Have we had, in your recollection, chief, anything that any officer,
Well, honestly, to Mr. Johnson's point, they're great for capturing both sides of an incident. It doesn't capture everything. It doesn't capture feelings and emotions and smells and things like that. But it's a pretty good protection for citizens and police alike. Most police officers I know like them, to Mr. Rocher's point. Most police officers like them. The question is that, I mean, really, for you all, it's a pretty big expense for that liability management on all sides. Is it worth that to you all? And we don't have the volume of encounters that you would see at a bigger city, but we do have encounters.
how many use of force encounters would you say we have on average in the city annually?
10 or 12
So one
use of force.
a month.
Again, I see it as peace of mind for us. So
I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. I support them implementing them, and actually I probably changed my mind. I support buying them outright. And municipality the size of ours is using them, cameras, so.
that's true. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, did we get information from Camus? Or can we, to find out how often they're pulling data or pulling video for records requests, and like maybe just some general topics of what they've had them pulled for? Sorry to give you more work, but.
I was just asked that same question during the break, and so we're gonna look into that and report back.
Oh, perfect. Yeah,
Perfect.
that would be really interesting, because it's like, it doesn't necessarily need to be a use of force. It could be other things that could
Well,
be.
they said they have a halftime person that pulls it. That tells you the request. They part halftime person that pulls public record requests on cameras. So we know that information essentially.
But it's not necessarily for requests. It's also just for
For whatever, yeah,
data
for-
management.
Yes.
So I think that's the one thing we're not talking about is what is it gonna cost us with the union? Because if the police officers like them, it shouldn't cost us anything. If the police officers want to use this, because I can see this as a camera can protect you, but it can also hurt you. And that's gonna be in their back of their mind too, is like, could it cost me my job? Could it cost me? And so what is that negotiation gonna look like? And what is that cost gonna be? Because if they come back we want $300 more a month to wear these, or we want $500 a month to wear these, it gets really expensive really quick when you start adding that up over the year. And so, there's gonna be different costs that are associated with this. And I think that's something that, I think we don't do anything with them until we can start to negotiate and see if they would even be willing to do this and what does it look like. But if they're gonna negotiate where they want, we don't know, they could come back and say, council wants it, so now we want $1,000 a month to wear you know? Right, I mean, they can say whatever, they can ask whatever they want, and I don't know what other agencies are getting. To do that, you know, I think that's information we probably should have, because it's not just gonna be the cost of the camera. Or the cost of the person to do public records requests. This could have a direct impact on what it costs for the employment side of it.
Can we ask Camus that too?
I think you can ask Camus, Vancouver, they're gonna do the same thing they do with salaries. What is Vancouver getting to wear them? What is Camus getting to wear them? What's the Clark County Sheriff's Office getting to wear them? We might want to know that before we make a decision on what we're going to, that we're just gonna buy them. Cause then you just got a bunch of cameras and now you're stuck. Now you're gonna pay. So you might wanna figure that out before you decide to purchase them.
So when we buy cars, is it up to the union to tell us how many cars we need? Or to tell us what kind of cars we want? Or to how often we do maintenance?
Or better yet, because we didn't always used to have tasers, when we started using tasers. But the officers tell us that they didn't want to use tasers.
Let's not negotiate in public.
Exactly.
Would be my, yeah.
Exactly. I'm just asking, well, then I guess we'll wait till October 2nd on cameras as well. And at that point, we'll have some answers from Ms. Erdman. Hopefully on where this ball lies.
We also,
Ask away.
I don't know if you can do this technically, but it would be interesting to hear if there is support from officers. I don't know if you can cool people or whatever, poll people, but I would be interested to know if they are in support of it to begin with.
We'll see where we fall. We're down to the COPS technology grant.
So we finally got word back that they're supposed to be awarding officially, even though it was earmarked, our grant at the end of this month. And at that point, we're hoping to move forward, but we'll be in October. So we still need to do an agreement with the school district to be able to pass the money through to them and do all of that. So we still are waiting our official award to be able to even move forward with this grant.
Is
So
the 413 total theirs?
no, 300,000 about is theirs and then the rest is ours.
Okay.
And so there may be a portion that we have to carry over depending on how far we get in the next month and when we officially get our award. So,
Was the rest for cameras for us at PD
yes, and the skate park,
and skate park? That's right.
correct.
And who's holding that money?
Department of Justice.
And does that come to us or does it go to the Department of Justice in Olympia
Comes
and
to
then
us.
through? Okay, so
It's
it
what
actually
does.
comes to us.
Yes,
Look at us.
I don't prefer it though.
Oh, okay.
You have to use 10 websites to get anything from the feds.
Oh, boy.
So it's a process. So moving on to the law enforcement department as a whole, we talked about the items that were not included in the budget. And for the most part, everything else was detailed in your reports you received on Friday, and then you have them in your hard copy binder. If you flip to page 12 of 18 in the general fund, it has all the details of what's contained within each of these budget line items. And so when we were talking earlier about the additional traffic unit officers, I will say those are not additional FTEs. It's still FTEs that we currently have within already authorized. So right now we have 25 officers, 5 of which are sergeants. Then we have 2 lieutenants and the chief is what's currently budgeted for as far as officers. And so there's some reallocation of folks that chief has as far as what those officers will be doing, but FTE wise, nothing has changed.
Do we have a full house?
We do not. So currently, I actually got an updated list from Tamara. We have 2 that are starting in October, which will leave us with 2 vacant positions. We did move somebody up to a sergeant role that will start in October. And then we have 1 person for one of those vacancies in background right now. So if that person works out, then we would just have 1 vacancy.
On Friday's report, I saw five different people of various places in the machine. where,
We have
where do
officers.
these people fall in that line? So with those 5, we're still one down and then 2 overhires
So the 2 overhires are built into the overall number.
of 28.
Yes, so we, with all the hiring that we have on board, there's 2 vacancies, one of which is in background right now. If they pass through, then we would be with 1 vacancy.
Is that a lateral or is that a start from jump?
Lateral.
That's a lateral. And did I read that we have one going to we have one that will be new, we'll call.
An entry level.
Okay, and so we are looking for both either a new or a lateral to make number 28.
Yes.
Okay.
So we have one, chief, we have one leaning on military, is that correct?
Yeah, yeah,
For
probably a year and a half.
year and a half.
So this 28, we're getting really close to getting 28, but then as soon as we lose the military, we're down.
Yeah, we're down a year and a half. So would we, because we have to keep that position, would we, should we authorize an additional overhire so that we can fill, because in a year and a half, we could have another vacancy or 2. And we know we know we're gonna lose him for a year and a half. So would it be smart to go to 29 because we gotta keep a position? Because we will only be paying for 27 while he is gone, correct?
That's right.
We just have to hold the spot. So, but we authorize 20, we show that we have 28, we're only paying for 27. So I think it might be smart of us to go to add an additional overhire to go to 29 to fill that spot until someone comes back or someone moves or retires or life changes. And it's not the impact to us from a financial standpoint is gonna be nothing. It will stay neutral.
No, we still, while they're on military leave, we still pay all the benefit package, right? We're still required to insure and everything else. They go on TRICARE, but we're still required to have the benefit package accruing vacation days, keeping the health insurance going for the family.
Typically, when we've had officers go on military leave, they are on military benefits, and so we drop those off because they switch over. But you are correct, if they were not on that insurance, then we would continue to pay that.
But that's 20,000
If they're full family.
if it's their whole family.
So the recommendation on the floor is that we up it 1.
Well, we thought we were getting 2, so. Just kidding.
And then, so that would mean,
We're spending a lot of money now, like in accounting and everything. This is.
well, that's the question. But then it comes back to what Mrs. Davis and I were talking about earlier. If we drop down to 27, we subtract the 2 lieutenants and the chief, we're down to 24. And our traffic people are then in jeopardy. So 18 months, is that not correct? I'm a simpleton, but I can add and subtract.
Again, we are in the middle of negotiations, so some of this should probably not be discussed on the record.
Well, I'm just asking if we're just trying to figure out the body number.
We are in negotiations and some of this may be on the table is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, then we'll move on and what you suggested, we're scrubbing. Carry on,
But adding a person would not
carry on.
affect the negotiations.
No, that would not.
Yeah, adding a person wouldn't affect negotiations.
And we're talking
But how much does a cop cost?
About 195,000.
200,000, 195, 200. So what Mr. Bowman's asking is that we add $200,000 to the 24 budget for a 29th person. Have I got that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, just a body, it should be budget neutral because, or fairly close to it. I would say 50,000 once we go on military duty.
Yeah, so it's gonna increase your budget by $200,000 because we budget for every officer at the highest rate. You are going to have potentially a salary savings of that because they're not gonna be there for a year and a half.
Of course, if we hire a new person, we have to pay for all of that.
I
So,
don't mind budgeting for it. That doesn't necessarily mean we're gonna get the full impact of it.
No, yeah.
And I just want to say that we're talking a lot about, we're spending a lot of money because this is the budget. right?
Okay,
It's not
okay.
like We're just willy-nilly approving things. It's all part of the 2024 budget.
is there an interest of adding a 29th person? Mr. Bowman says yes. Mr. Dingman?
I'd say yes. I think we should.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. McCoy?
No.
Mr. McCoy says no. I say no. Mr. Rogers?
Yes.
Mr. Rogers is yes. Mr. Cortez is yes.
I guess.
She's a yes. 29th person. Let's look into it.
So of the law enforcement budget, is there anything that you guys would like to discuss that you saw in the details, more information? You will see that the vehicle R&R did increase, and that is because as we're adding officers, we need additional vehicles as well as trying to replace the vehicles that we have. And so that's what we have done there with adding 200,000 to that line item to be able to purchase more vehicles.
Mr. Bowman?
So I got two, I just did quick numbers, including the 29th person. Do we really spend $1,931 on each one of our officers for uniforms in a year? We have a uniform budget of 56,000 divided by 29 would be $1,931.
What are we buying?
So it looks like they have the 4 new overhire positions. Each one is $15,000 for uniforms and equipment. They have duty clothing for detectives, and I'm on page 13 of
Yeah.
18, and then we,
13 down about the first third.
the parking enforcement radios, uniform.
So it's the very last line
Very
right
last
there.
one, $56,000.
Uniforms and equipment, $56,000.
Do we buy the initial load and then everyone's responsible thereafter?
They,
No.
no, we supply all, but there is that of the officers we haven't hired yet. I don't know if I think what we added was the officers we don't yet have. We have 23 total. We're authorized for 28, so we budgeted for 28. Those 5 that we haven't yet hired, there's initial cost for all their uniforms. I think that's it's not, I don't think it's as easy math as 56 divided by 28 or 29.
But the 4 new overhire positions is at 15,000 apiece at the top.
Yeah.
So we got four new positions at 15,000 apiece for a total of 60,000. And I'm assuming that is body armor, all that kind of stuff that's not cheap. And then
Weapon.
uniforms and maybe a weapon or, to outfit an officer, it costs us $15,000. But then when I go down to the last one, it says uniforms and equipment, $56,000. So I mean,
I think we'd have to double check with Katrina, but my guess is we may have some vests that are coming up for renewal, because I know they're all on a rotation. They only have a certain lifespan, so that could be a portion of it, but we can look into that even further.
that's the only question I have. And then
Megan may have more there.
the last one, it's kind of on here, but, so after our last, was it last meeting, we talked about police vehicles and, or maybe Miss Erdman, it was when I was talking to you. I can't remember, but
I think we had it.
it was my understanding that we can't get on the, oh yeah, we sent some officers over to look at Dodge Durangos. And when we started this back in 2014, our whole goal was to run a platform and standardize everything. So I brought up why are we looking at Dodge Durangos, and it was because we can't, because of supply issues, the state list, we would not be able to get a Ford Explorer until 25, which means that it'll actually be in our hand in probably the third quarter of 25. So I went online and once again used Google and Google searched Ford Police Interceptors, Explorers, found quite a few on the West Coast, from Utah to Boise. I think one of the dealerships had
Denver.
20 something of them. There was quite a few in Utah that were the four-wheel drive version, which we don't have any four-wheel drives.
Hybrid.
There were some hybrids that used that were actually cheaper, that use both electricity and gasoline. But my concern is when we said, look, we need, I think the total was 7 cars, which was originally presented to us. If we're waiting, if we're changing platforms, it's gonna get expensive because now we're changing platforms and our outfitting of those cars doesn't change. We're not able to use it, but I think we should be looking at getting these in now. If you order 6 cars or 7 cars, that's basically a car hauler. They'll ship them for you for probably $900. And we've got them now, and we don't take the 2 hits that we're gonna take in 5% a piece by the time we get our cars in 2025. Order them in 2025 and get them at the end of the year, we'll pay 10% more for those vehicles. We don't have to outfit them right away, but I think if we need the vehicles, we need to be looking at the vehicles now and getting them now, not waiting until 2025 to order them. I know we've got a few that are in shop right now. I know some of our fleet is pretty aged. But I know that was what was thrown out was 7 before.
Yeah, I think when we were looking at using some reserve funding to catch up on the fleet replacement, we were estimating about 7 new vehicles and we were kind of planning on spreading that out over a 2-year period so that we didn't have them all in the same year. So maybe a 4 and a 3.
But what if you, but on the 7-year period with all the lights and everything, could we do 6 or 7 now, only outfit 3 of them? Outfit your second ones in the next budget.
Our mechanic will say he doesn't like that idea, but it's possible. He does not like cars to sit.
Well, I understand that, but we could use them for, admin could drive them, a little bit, or, we can just not fully outfit them and send them in to get them fully outfitted but we would have the cars and we continue to stay with the same platform.
Well, and I think, we haven't made any decisions to transfer to a different platform. We're just researching to see what makes the most sense. There are a few jurisdictions in the area that have transferred to the Durangos. Our mechanic is on board with Dodge. He prefers working on those. So we were looking at costs. They are a little bit cheaper. So we were looking at kind of the overall benefit, and we haven't made any final decision on that by any means. But, what spurred us to start thinking about that is that Ford has said we're not going to be able to release anything new until 25. So we can order this year, but we will not get anything until 25. So just wanting to make sure that it is a good time as we're starting to buy more and more vehicles. If we were going to transfer that platform, now would be a good time to do it. So we're basically just doing that initial research to see if it makes sense or not.
My only issue is we've marked most of our pickups are Fords, correct? And I hate Ford, just by the way. I don't give a crap about Ford. If we could buy Tahoes and GM products, we'd be much better off. But if we're buying Fords, I hate to start the transition because then it's always going to be, well, we're trying to transition to Dodge, or if we're always just trying to transition, Ford has made police vehicles forever. That's why we went away from, the Chevys went away and they just said, we're not making them anymore. Ford's made them forever. They continue to make them. And that's kind of why we went to that platform, was because they really haven't, now Dodge, we already saw what Dodge did with the Challenger, the Charger, whatever, they're done with it. And Dodge will eventually be done with a lot of those things because they like big motors and they like, and it starts to cost them. And so, I think that the Ford is, I hate to change platforms unless we're saving a friggin' ton of money. But if it's just, we can't get them, they're sitting out there and we can get them. So get off the state list and say, we can use that as a bargaining chip and say, look, we can get them on the state list. Don't tell them we can't get them until 2025. But just say we can get them on the state list and they'll match them. They sell them to, there's no one else buying police interceptors except for government. So it's gonna be about the same.
Okey doke. Anyone else? Let's roll.
The last department we're gonna talk about is the planning side of community development, which also includes code enforcement. So again, we do have the comp plans and the Old Town master plan in the budget, which are grant funded, which is why there's that large increase in professional services. Other than that, everything else is relatively the same as it has been. So questions about detail items or specific line items?
When does the new person start this week, coming week?
The parking enforcement officer?
No, we're in planning and community development, or is the engineer, I guess. We're not, different department.
Different term. That's why I was
Is he
asking.
starting this week?
He did start today.
Today? Wonderful. We'll see him then on the 2nd of October.
Where
Perfect.
will
Parking's under police.
Okey doke. Yes,
Yep.
we'll start with Mr. McCoy. Yes, sir.
Why is regular salaries going down in the planning community development budget? 23 to 24. And are we still hiring and posting for the halftime code enforcement position?
40 grand. They went down 40 grand.
Because I believe, and May correct me if I'm wrong, so we took the part-time or the temporary, part-time, not part-time, limited term building inspector position that we had, and we transferred that to construction. So that's why that went down. So we've moved it outside. Well, that would have been a building, not a plan. Do you have those rolled up?
I mean, not
together?
complaining, I'm just curious.
Yeah.
And how many full-time code enforcement does this budget have in 24?
One full-time code enforcement
I
officer
thought we had authorized a half-time, part-time as well last budget cycle.
for code enforcement. No,
Did we not?
no.
Oh, it was, they're gonna share.
We
It was gonna be
authorized one.
parking and code.
They were going to share.
Yeah, in the 23 budget cycle, you authorized one FTE in the police department for the parking enforcement. And those two would overlap each other and be able to cover one another when on vacation. So since then, we were unable to hire a full-time parking enforcement officer. So we have moved that to 2 part-time positions that we are recruiting for currently.
I'd be curious in seeing what it would be just to take code out of this budget. I don't know that we have current enforcement, so I'd be in favor of removing that out of this budget.
And in answer to your other question, thank you for pointing it out. It was a formula error. So one person was only for 1 month versus 12. So it is actually $667,614 for regular salaries.
So it's up 40, not down 40.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, or halftime code enforcement, but something.
What's with the significant spike in professional services year over year?
That is the comp plan, the Old Town master plan, the vision. So between all of those, that is 250 and then another 150,000. The Parks
Our
master
friends,
plan
the
is in
consultants.
Parks. Yes.
Ever since we started down the visioning process, we've kind of kept that in and done a new plan each year to keep up on that. So, and then we have the comp plan coming up this year. So, and a lot of that is 125,000 of that is grant funded. So
And another 125 for the Old Town.
Old Town master plan. Yeah.
If we were to go to a part-time code enforcement. So what if we went to a part-time code enforcement and where are we at on the parking?
We have one candidate in backgrounds right now. I double checked with Tamara this afternoon. They did just assign a person to start that process. So they're hoping, she was estimating the next 2 weeks.
So what if we went to a part-time code enforcement and then roll a part-time parking enforcement? Because you're looking for 2 part-time parking.
Is there a second in the pipeline?
There is not currently, I haven't had a chance. I was going to talk to tomorrow and see if the candidate that we do have for the part-time would be willing to do full-time. We haven't had that discussion yet.
Well, I don't think it's any news to anyone on the dais or in the audience that there's disappointment in the code enforcement. What we've seen and what we've let me make sure I understand this. The work is happening, the paperwork to back it up is not. So we've always been told, wherever you may work, it ain't over until the paper's over. Does Tyler work for him?
It is starting to, we've got quite a bit implemented, and 23 has been, we've been able to track most of everything. So far, he's had 282 cases in Tyler, and those are coming mostly through the online system and the phone system. He's closed out 182 of those cases, so 65% of the cases that have come in have been closed out. And each of those cases, code enforcement if you really look at the way code language is written, it's not as easy as going to the property one time, issuing a fine and moving on. There's a whole process. So a lot of the times those working cases may take 8 to 12 touches. That could include phone calls, emails, site visits, research time, coordination with other staff and departments. So there's a lot of effort that goes into each one of those. The other thing too, that I think, and Mayor, you and I've kind of touched base on this. I think, we're responding to citizen complaints. A lot of those are kind of lower level complaints. They may be, animal issues, smell related, noise related. They're not big ticket items that you're seeing in neighborhoods that seem to be kind of a thorn in council side, which we completely understand. But a lot of our time is spent on those customer complaints. And so, how do we prioritize? Do we not respond to those anymore and go a different direction? Those are all things that I think need to be worked out, but we have taken the citizens' complaints to heart because of customer service and wanting to respond to those. So.
I'd push back on that a little bit, because when we first started getting the data, I think it was averaging out to about 1 closed case a week.
Like I said, a lot of that was just getting used to the system, getting everything in there. He has
And
spent a ton of time.
When's the last
digging
time
that
we've
up.
gotten that data? On,
We haven't seen it
Yeah, it's
in.
been a couple of months probably. And
It's,
Tyler did go, it is currently down right now.
oh,
These
God.
are the numbers because we lost our connection to GIS. So, but he is tracking them independently, and we're comparing the two so that once we get it back online, we can add those.
Is it a supervisory issue?
I don't believe so. Like I said, I've done ride-alongs with him. We're tracking his day-to-day work. The supervisor, myself, and the code enforcement officer meet on a monthly basis to go over priorities and what activity has been happening. He is working, and I think, we're a city of 23,000 people with 1 code enforcement officer. So if the intent is that you want more enforcement, I don't see how cutting that helps that problem.
I feel like I get the same effect.
What's the total amount of cases for the year?
So without, right now, 282 that are being worked on.
282 total this year.
Yes.
So
30 a month.
30. So does it take? I guess, I see where. We're coming, I understand where we're coming from, like 30 a month.
Well, some of those were basketball hoops. You put a thing on and it was done.
Yeah, and I'm not saying all of them are.
Not all of
taking
them are
touches.
like this,
Yeah,
this
yeah.
detective level investigation. It's simply go out, put a tag on and they move it. It's once they understand it's being enforced, it's much like the school zones. Once you show enforcements, once you show flashing lights in the area, behavior changes. But if we're not actively trying to change behavior, it's not going to change and the cases pile up. So you get out there, you do the job, you get it done and you move on. And that's frankly not happening.
And that's kind of where I was going with it, is, you know, does it take, I mean, I don't know, I don't keep track of this, how many working days are in a year? For you or the rest of, well, not for you and I just want to know.
250.
250, so, I mean, can we only work one case a day? You know, on average, it's a little more than that, but 1 point, and to what Mr. McCoy is saying, there's so many things that get called in, whether it be, you know, dog barking or those type of things that other staff could probably handle and say, well, here's what how long has the dog been barking? Well, 5 minutes, you know, well, are we sending someone out for the dog barking? And the reason I bring this up is when we had a previous city manager, we about hired the county for 190,000. Because our code enforcement was so busy supposedly picking up stray dogs. I have not personally myself seen. I don't know if I've seen a stray animal on our website this year.
Yeah, there's been one.
Has there been one?
There's been one or two.
Well, they use another company, right? iPod it or something, or
Only after hours, right?
Just after hours.
Yeah, they're just after. Hours. So. You know,
Where are they getting paid?
They are not, they are a volunteer agency.
Okay.
So that goes, I mean, I just think that there's so many things that are probably easier that are very quick to get done. And just that, you know, I just don't know that we're getting it. So if we go to part-time, we can probably get the same amount of stuff that is getting done and at least have the savings there to put into parking or something else. You know, if I mean, most departments are coming to us. Mark was a good example tonight, coming to us saying, hey, look, if we put this person on, this is what it's going to do for us. You know, the parks did that tonight. If we put this person on and it's going to cost us $130,000, we can back it up with this is what they're going to do for us. I just don't know that we would lose much by going to half-time to a part-time employee or I don't know, we want to get rid of it, but going to a part-time employee for that, I don't think we would lose much. And, you know, we can take some of those calls, maybe some of those calls are taken by secretary downstairs that says, you know, if there's an animal loose, you know, you have it in your possession, call us, you know, but we're not driving around the streets looking for an animal.
Which we aren't doing that now. We're just taking the complaints that are coming in.
Yes, ma'am.
so I just want to say that I reported 2 things anonymously a couple weeks ago, just because I was too lazy. It says, you want to do anonymously? I said no, and then it required you to fill out extra information. I didn't feel like doing that. Anyways, within a couple days, both the issues were taken care of. So I was pretty impressed. I thought maybe things had been improving, but I don't know. I just wanted to point out that maybe you just need to do it anonymously. Just kidding.
Well, the motion, the recommendation on the floor is that
Let's go to halftime.
it goes to a halftime position. Any discussion further on that? And then we'll just ask to see. Hearing none, we'll start with Ms. Davis. Ms. Davis, halftime.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Cortez.
No.
No. Mr. Rogers.
No.
Mr. Bowman.
Yes.
Mr. McCoy.
Yes.
Mr. Demon.
Yes.
Yes. Rolling on.
If there's no other questions about this department, we can end the presentation for tonight, and then I will bring back the other departments at our study session at the next meeting.
Are there,
I can wait.
okay, fine. Are there any other discussions about, any of the budget that we've spoken about this evening? I don't hear any. Moving on to administrative reports. Are there any, Ms. Urban?
No administrative reports. We have been working on scheduling out some of the study sessions moving forward. We do have the budget study sessions through October. I'm working with Battleground Health Clinic to hopefully schedule for November. I believe it's November 6th is that first meeting, and then we will have a drone demonstration from our PD at the last meeting in November. So just a
Okey-doke.
quick update on those. And just a reminder that our study sessions through October will continue to start at 5:30.
5:30.
Yep.
Council communications, are there any? Council communications.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry, council had an LTAC meeting. I forgot to. Like, what do you want me to say? So we
think it was me.
We had an LTAC meeting and, I forget what all we moved forward. There's obviously Harvest Days. There's some stuff to do with the
Wine festival.
wine festival. Yeah, there's gonna be a wine festival. That's gonna be out here. We moved some of the Ladybug Bazaar. No, we did not. We did not move the Ladybug Bazaar because some of the things they were asking for, we didn't feel qualified.
And then Best Western.
Advertising for the hotel, which we may need to look at later. Megan may be bringing us some stuff back with that. And so we'll be probably taking a look at that.
Is that approved in the overall budget, or is that a separate budget item or a separate
Process.
item?
Yes, so it will be a separate process. It will come to council as part of the budget review and as part of the process under the state statute, the advisory committee advises to the council. If council deems something needs to come off, an amount needs to change, then you make that decision as a council and then I take it back to the LTAC committee. And then they have 45 days before final adoption to rebuttal. And then at that point with the final budget, you approve either a change or alteration based on what they come back to you and say, or if you change your mind on any changes that you've made. So ultimately, the decision lies with the council. You can't add anybody to the list of applications. Like if they didn't approve someone and bring it forward, you can't add them back, but you can change amounts to stuff that's already on there. Or decide not to fund something that's on there.
So budgets can be added to or subtracted from
Correct,
by us,
correct.
But not additional lines.
But
but
not additional people.
not bringing in anyone else that was on the original list. And then they have 45 days to come back and schedule a time with us to state their case. At that point, we yay or nay it, and we're on our way.
Correct.
I think I've got it. Thank you.
Mhm.
Anyone else? Seeing none. This regular meeting of the Battleground City Council will now recess at, the time is 8:48. Pursuant to RCW 42.30.110 parentheses 1 parentheses golf, the Battleground City Council will meet in executive session for the purpose of reviewing the performance of a public employee. No discussion will be held on any other matter. The executive session will be a 15-minute session beginning at 8:55 and ending at 9:10. Yes.
The city clerk, Elizabeth Halili, is announcing that the executive session will be extended by 10 minutes until 9:20.
The regular city council meeting shall now resume. The time is 20 minutes after 9. There is no action to follow. The next meeting is October 2nd. Study session begins at 5:30. The regular meeting, of course, is at 7 o'clock. See you then.